This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol, live. It's Taco Tuesday. I did that in a freaking news the other day. There's a Migos song called Taco Tuesday. I've not had my tacos yet. I'm still eating my banana. I should not have taken a bite of banana when I was coming on. Why'd I do that shit? Dustin, clinically, Warlord, good evening. Welcome, my friends. That's why it ain't moving. Rib roast. Princess Kimberly, good evening. Can you guys stop banning people? Like I even said it, quivering is good people. Stop banning people so fast. Two slurs. You get what you get a freebie. Because you may have just slipped up. That's all we don't ban people around here. I'm gonna have to unmod people. Geiger, the concept of the Troll Patrol is we find out what that news be doing. This is the best goddamn news show that you will see anywhere. No, I'm saying that's supposed to be the rule. The only thing that will get you banned around here is supposed to be two fucking slurs. So stop banning people, guys. I'm gonna have to take some mod power back. Quivering is good people. Why are you guys so quick? It's called the Troll Patrol. Ray, it is, I'm being honest, probably going to, is an Ingle? I don't even know what that means. I'm hopefully going to be on tomorrow. We don't know. Everything's kind of up in the air. I've had 2 responses. It says I can move into new place this Friday. If I'm able to move into new place this Friday, then there will be no interruption to the Troll Patrol, and we'll be back on Sunday. J.K. Rowling is an angel, apparently, according to this dumb fuck. Yes, with her anti-Semitism and her turfness, J.K. Rowling is a fucking angel. Goddamn. I am already not high enough. I'm already not high enough for this shit. Justin has overstayed his welcome here, and Justin needs to get the fuck out sooner than later. Justin thinks he has it covered. Well, good for you. You bought an overpriced fucking game. The game looks cool. Go watch my video on the game. I don't give a shit. Play the game, don't play the game. I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. This fucking banana I'm eating right here is drenched in goddamn blood. I'm not gonna fault anybody for playing a goddamn video game. However, as I pointed out, because like I've been taking some shit from a left-wing fucking Facebook group because I posted my little video. And she didn't make the freaking game, but she owns the IP. Quivering, buddy, I've went over my proposal on guns. I want to eliminate the commercial sale and manufacture of guns. How would that be struck down by the Supreme Court? I mean, by this Supreme Court it would. But you don't have to... Yeah, there's many things we can do, and we can talk about that. I don't know. I'm not in the mood. Buddy, I don't have the fucking power to cancel J.K. Rowling. Do you think I got the power to cancel J.K. Rowling? You're coming in here bitching about like how much you love J.K. Rowling, motherfucker. She has no fucking clue that you exist, does not give a shit about you. I'm an independent content creator who may be homeless later this fucking week. How about you not lick fucking boots? I eat ass too, motherfucker. Just make sure you wash it beforehand. God damn.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
Clinically, I like that. That's subversive. But I got a left-wing, Facebook group all up on my ass because I just posted. They had a fucking post about the fucking Hogwarts, and I posted my video that's like, it's okay to play Hogwarts. Now, if you guys were here when I did the bit the other night, then everyone knows that my video. That's the wrong fucking display. There we go. Everyone knows that my video was actually promoting a bundle, and I actually said it wrong. I said there was 4 games. No, there's like 56 games in this bundle. Trans Witches Are Witches is an independent content creators, trans content creators. I've got the link to the fucking bundle, and not only do they have that $60 bundle, but they have a $10 bundle if you are short on cash. Fair enough, Mox. They're probably some right-wing group. Also, good evening. But this page is like, oh, well, you couldn't type out what it was about. You're not accessible to everybody. Motherfucker, there's captions on my fucking video. So I don't, Commissar Jesus or some shit. That was the name of the page. Now I've got the donation bar and the link is in the description. I'm not in a good mood right now. I'm not in a good mood, and it's called the Troll Patrol. I welcome people to come in and fuck with me. God damn it, Maynard! Also, Socks is missing. Buddy, shut the fuck up. I already don't like you. You are a fucking moron. Jesus, I need to get high. Maynard's driving me nuts. Socks is missing. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not homeless. We covered the whole Michigan shooting last night. We were here until we got the information that the shooter had died. I've got an update on that. We're going to go over that here in a little bit. Lenny, good evening. How are you, my friend? Thank you for everyone that has thrown me a bone and donated. Hopefully Justin won't be homeless. Justin thinks he's got it covered and will be in it. Like, I've found a couple of different places that are going to work out real well. There's one that I might have to wait a week or so on, and that's why we might be off for a little bit. I don't know how this is going to go. We're going to play it by ear. I might be on tomorrow. Who knows? I'm going to eat a banana right now. I mean, us Seppos, we do, we're assholes. Socks is missing? It is a fair assessment. That's right, Tadpole. Tadpole is well aware of people acting shitty. is looking cute at least, but he has been a dickhead all goddamn day. Yeah, spoil it as if I'm not getting ready to go over what the news is doing. Goddamn, guys. So now you're trying to put me out of a job. Fox is out in the courtyard. He's usually waiting at the door when he wants to come in. He's been cooped up in here for a few days because he pisses on shit. I don't feel like talking about guns tonight. Tones, good evening. Come in here, I want to debate you. Like, I'm not even anti-gun. My position is that there's too goddamn many guns. There needs to be less fucking guns. I don't think that's a controversial position. Sassy, good evening. I don't know. We're playing it by ear. I may be on tomorrow. We may not even miss a show. If things go smoothly, we won't miss a show, and you'll see me in New Digs on Sunday night. If things go smoothly. Buddy, we talk about how we're the worst country on the planet every fucking night here on this show. Server McGritty, not ever. Not ever. It's not going to be the last one forever. Hopefully everything goes smoothly and we don't even miss an episode. You won't even know it. You'll just notice that I'm in a different place come Sunday night. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario is I don't see you guys for a couple weeks. Buddy, that's an insult to people with Alzheimer's. The fucking... See... We watch Biden speak on this show. We do it a lot, and the motherfucker is there. We watched the State of the Union last week. Assholes saying he has Alzheimer's are just fucking... They're being dicks. And to be honest with you, he's probably been our best president since fucking Jimmy Carter. Now that's a fucking low bar. And you say that based on fucking what, dude? You say that based on clips that you watch on right-wing media?
Come on, man.
Because we watched the State of the Union address, and that motherfucker was on point. Not only that, but he made Republicans look like shit. And had a fantastic fucking improv moment. But you, my friend, are an idiot. See, there we go. Bohemian Grove to worship an owl god. We have a dumb fuck idiot in here.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
This is Maynard James Kitten. Oh yeah, we know he was a pervert. Matter of fact, we're even gonna talk about that tonight. We're going to hear Roger Stone explain Trump's connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, not only is Biden all here, what videos, dude? Alex Jones fucking videos? Shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. As if we don't fucking cover everything here on this show. You're new here. Sit the fuck down. Maybe you might learn something. God damn. Bohemian Grove is just... It's a real place. And fucking rich assholes go and have like a retreat. Alex Jones did a documentary about it like 20 years ago, 25 years ago. where he infiltrated Bohemian Grove. That's where all the Satan worshippers pledging allegiance to the devil. You're not destroying us. You're looking like a fucking idiot. You want to talk? I take phone calls. I take Discord. But I mean, you're just speaking nonsense. Bohemian fucking Grove. Next you're going to tell me like the World Economic Forum and their Great Reset and blah, 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 blah. Fuck, it's gonna be a long night, isn't it? Finally got to eat my fucking banana. Which meme am I gonna give you? It's Valentine's Day, as you can tell by my graphics. If you didn't already know, 9 p.m. on Valentine's in your 20s versus 9 p.m. on Valentine's in your 30s. Bush didn't bomb the towers, you stupid fuck. And yes, we destroyed, and I still like him? Fucking dude. I like Bush? Fuck, you're an idiot. My God, no, the Saudis. Fuck. You are a dumb fuck. You are one of the dumbest people I've ever encountered. Are you on crack?
I was on crack.
Right.
As if we supported Iraq around here. Jesus Christ. Protesting Iraq. Who gives a shit if he was on Jimmy Fallon? Fuck Jimmy Fallon. Fuck George W. Bush. And fuck your dumb ass. You are really fucking stupid. So I'm going to get high, and then we're going to find out what that news be doing. The real news. Not the fucking dumbass shit that this asshole was spouting out. Oh, I need to calm down. I am completely sober. I've not hit this bowl once. I've been very busy since I've been up. So I very much need this marijuana right now. Idiot ass motherfucker in my comments. Came in here, started mouthing off about J.K. Rowling and shit. What that news be doing? Let me run down what we're going to talk about tonight. I've got a amazing video out of Turkey. We haven't seen very many of those here over the past week. Miraculous rescue after a man was trapped like 190 something hours in rubble. Give you an update on the MSU shooter. You guys, if you were with us last night, we were here until about 1:30, covering the manhunt that was underway for the active shooter on the campus of Michigan State University. Because yet again, it's just another day. It was almost 2 a.m. we were covering that ship. Shooter dead. 3 people fatally wounded. 5 were in the hospital last night. At least 2 of them in critical condition. We'll get an update. I was going to tell you about the truck driver in Brooklyn. He has been charged with murder. Now you want to talk about coinky dinks here. So one of the victims in the MSU shooting was involved in another shooting. One of the victims in the truck incident from yesterday was involved in another truck incident. His wife lost legs in a terrorist attack. A significant amount of the so-called Chinese spy balloon has been recovered. New details tell us that the military actually missed the first time when it was trying to shoot down the balloon over Lake Huron, which is wild since now the White House is saying those were no big deal. They were commercial balloons or some shit. The State Department questioned about their flying of balloons over China. Remember how the Republicans got all upset about what Ilhan Omar had to say about 9/11? You know, I'm getting ready to hit you with some hypocrisy here. Marjorie Taylor Greene silenced a room when she compared these balloons to 9/11. Good news out of the White House, and something that's very pertinent to my life right now. The White House thinks the rent is too damn high. The White House thinks the rent is too damn high, and apparently they're going to try to tackle it and do something about it. We're going to hear about their plans. A mayor and an entire city council in New Jersey switched their party affiliation from Democrat to Republican. In a wild turn of events. Senator Tommy Tuberville. This is quite possibly one of the dumbest things a Republican senator has ever said. But I mean, there are other things we can compare it to and be like, maybe that was dumber. Tuberville saying that abortions happen after birth. Good news out of California, as geriatric Senator Dianne Feinstein now says she will not be seeking re-election. I would say the announcements by Schiff and Porter and Barbara Lee possibly helped decide for Dianne that maybe it's best that she didn't run, because they were coming after her regardless. Ted Cruz, during a Senate hearing, gets very upset that Fox News is called propaganda. Meanwhile, I'm going to show you some propaganda from Fox News, where they're apparently upset that Whoopi Goldberg had a bit about Nikki Haley running for president. There were reports that the Epstein documents have been unsealed. I don't think that's true. We read last night or Sunday night that the Epstein documents will be unsealed on Thursday. Some dumb fuck on Twitter tried to say that the Epstein documents had already leaked. Roger Stone trying to cover Trump's ass and explain his connection to Jeffrey Epstein. I take you to Knoxville, where a cop accused of lying has won his job back. Story we missed last week, there was a standoff that took place in Baltimore. They took the suspect in alive. Wild video out of a courtroom from yesterday, I believe it was. A woman charged with dismemberment. A woman charged with dismemberment attacked her own attorney during a court hearing. We're going to talk about some football. Big game was Sunday night, but we're going to talk about the real football tonight because apparently a Belgian goalkeeper has died. I have not seen the right wing latch on to that one just yet. I believe it's probably coming, but also they might not be paying attention to what we here in the U.S. call soccer. Donald Trump Jr. says he is not on cocaine. Clear up your eczema. I'm going to show you some newscasters that you have probably seen on the internet. Maybe we've even watched them here on the Troll Patrol. They ain't real. They ain't real. Spotify has denied that Joe Rogan will be leaving the service as his contract comes to a close. Roseanne wants to know why Jimmy Kimmel wasn't canceled. We're going to go beanie time, and we're going to hear from Tim Pool, who was mocking a gender non-conforming girl, and I'm going to tell you why Tim Pool is a fucking idiot for doing that. Plus, you can still see the green comment. Jezebel, good evening. Thur McGritty, if I said hey to you tonight, Mox, good evening. Love all of you. Even Geiger, I even love you. Merkin, my friend. Always a pleasure. All that and more tonight on the Troll Patrol Live. Enjoy the Valentine's graphics. My Valentines are these kitties, one of which is missing right now. I have a missing Socrates. Hold on. Let me go out here and see if he's at the door. You guys, you hang tight. Somebody hook Server McGritty up. We've had some really generous people with the gift subs. Check, you may already be subbed. You may have, because I've seen people getting subs. Being Hassan? Whoa, there we go. I'm surprised one of the community subs didn't hit you already. Jezebel, thank you so much. There you go. No commercials for you. We demolished the 69 sub goal. I changed it to 96. 69 backwards. I'm still concerned that my cat's not here. He's getting older, and I've been worried that he's been having some problems. I've been trying to get him checked out by the vet. So hopefully, well, Server, he is, he's very good about coming back to the door when he's ready to come in. He's never gone far. And he's been cooped up for a little bit, so he's out there stretching his legs and shit. So I'm not that worried. Now, if he hasn't come back. Oh, Socks is missing right now. Socks went outside earlier, and haven't got him in yet, but he's usually really good about coming back and sitting at the door, waiting patiently. Him and Maynard both. When they're ready to come back in, they'll just come sit at the door. So hopefully, sometime during the stream or after the stream, he's sitting out there. Boom, he comes back in. He ain't going to fucking... That motherfucker don't know how to forage for food. That motherfucker just knows how to beg for food, so he ain't going far from his food bowl. One of the things we have to worry about is like a bird swooping up and getting some of the cats. But that ain't happening around here because Socks is fat. Ain't no bird gonna swoop up and, maybe he would make a good dinner for a bird. Socks is a heavy fucking cat, so I don't know if a bird would be able to carry him off. I should not fucking fat shame that kitty. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Server. Yeah, I believe we'll be back. It's all good. I am not worried about Socks. This isn't like when Smokey went missing and he was gone for 8 days. Oh no, he got plenty of meat clinically. He fat. He a fat ass cat. Goddamn, my lighter might be going out on me. I don't know if I have another one laying around here. I mean, socks goes out all the time. So this is not a unusual thing, and I've had to go let him in after a while, and it's like it's still nice here. It's it just dipped under 60, so it's like he's out there fucking enjoying the night. It ain't raining or anything. He's good. He's just out there enjoying himself. As I said, he's been cooped up for a little bit, so because it's been fucking cold. All right, did Geiger leave us? We don't have that dumb fuck running his mouth anymore. Nuts. If you didn't come by last night, fucking DM was in here. We had other fucking dumbasses. It was a wild one, and then we got to cover a manhunt live. See, that would be a good segue for me talking about the manhunt now, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Good segue. Cicero, good evening. I guess I should content warning this. It's just another day, just another story from Mass Shooting USA. State officials Tuesday identified 43-year-old Anthony McRae, who had a history of mental illness or mental health issues and was charged with multiple gun-related crimes in 2019. He is believed to be the gunman who killed 3 people and wounded 5 others at Michigan State University. McRae, who was found off campus after dying of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound, was identified less than 9 hours after police lifted a campus-wide shelter-in-place order following the mass shooting. Officials with the Ewing Police Department in New Jersey said Tuesday they were told Michigan police found a note in his pocket that indicated a threat to 2 public schools in their township where McRae had lived years ago. Michigan State University police officials confirmed a note was found on McRae. Ewing police investigated the threats and determined McRae had a history of mental health issues. There's a picture of the shooter. Was not expecting him to be older. Once again. So this wasn't a school shooter. It didn't fit the profile. We talked about this last night. He pulled out a handgun. Does not fit the profile of a school shooter. McRae, whom neighbors in Lansing described as a hellraiser, who practiced target shooting out his back door, also had a recent history with firearms, and his father, Michael McRae, 66, told the Detroit News that he had encouraged his son to get rid of his guns. Now, if you live in a country which allows a man like this to possess firearms, I would say there is something wrong with that country. There's something wrong with the laws in this country that allow a man like this to be able to acquire firearms. Anthony McRae was arrested in Lansing and charged in June of 2019 with carrying a concealed pistol without a concealed carry permit. This is according to Ingham County court records obtained Tuesday by the News. The initial charge was a felony that carried a potential penalty of 5 years in prison. At about 3 a.m. on June 7th, 2019, an officer encountered Anthony McRae in Lansing, where the officer asked him if he had any weapons on him. McRae acknowledged he had a gun, but he didn't have a concealed weapons permit. McRae also had a magazine in his right breast pocket, according to the court records. He advised the handgun was registered to him. A court document about the incident said he bought it in late March at Capital Discount. He was currently trying to obtain a concealed weapons permit. In October of 2019, Ingham County prosecutors added a second charge against McRae, possession of a loaded firearm in a vehicle which is only a misdemeanor. That same month, October of 2019, McRae agreed to plead guilty to the lesser misdemeanor charge, and prosecutors dismissed the felony charge. Ingham County prosecutor John DeWayne, who was appointed to his position in December, argued that even if McRae had been convicted on the original charge, he likely would have avoided jail or prison time because sentencing guidelines for the two charges are similar and would have resulted in a recommendation against incarceration. But the owning the gun thing, he has a history of mental health issues. And you were able to stop him in possession of a gun. He was apparently able to legally acquire it. Ray was sentenced in November of 2019 to 12 months probation. In October of 2020, 6 additional months were added to his probation, according to court records. The additional months were meant to allow him to complete the terms of the probation order. McRae's probation period concluded in May of 2021. The plea to a lesser misdemeanor charge is not unusual. McRae was barred from having a weapon of any type during the term of his probation. So he was probably in legal possession of a firearm. Michigan law generally limits the ability of individuals convicted of felonies to possess firearms. As for McRae, after his probation for the misdemeanor ended, legal experts gave differing answers on whether he could purchase and own a gun. DeWayne said McRae was able to legally purchase, possess, and own a firearm after he was discharged from probation, and that appears to be true under state law. But Matthew Schneider, a former U.S. attorney in Detroit, believes a federal law would have barred McRae from owning a gun. Among the people prohibited from purchasing or possessing guns under federal law are those who were convicted in any court of a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year. Federal law appears to exempt state-level misdemeanors that carry penalties of 2 years or less, which would apply to McRae. McRae lived in a 960-square-foot home on the north side of Lansing. We appeared to be seeing them raid that home as we were going off the air last night following the press conference. Getting close to 2 o'clock, I would say, and police had moved in on a home. The home is owned by his father, Michael McRae. Chain link fence blocks off the front driveway. Michael McRae, whose family moved to Lansing about 2 decades ago, said his son's demeanor changed after his mother, Linda, died about 2 years ago. God knows you'll never know what a kid is going to do, Michael McRae told the news. Anthony McRae had previously worked at a local warehouse. Michael McRae said he believes his son bought the weapon he used in Monday's fatal campus shooting at a local pawn shop. Paul Rodney Tucker, who lives around the corner from Anthony McRae, said he'd run into McRae more than once at the party store and described him as wild and a hellraiser. I knew he lived at the house because there was constant trouble there. Tucker also heard gunshot target practice from the home last summer and believed police had been called there before. I told my dad it was a semi-automatic pistol. Tucker said of gunshots heard last summer, bam, 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 bam. It wasn't firecrackers, his father, Paul Quitman Tucker, added. Megan and Tyler Bender, who live on the same street as Anthony McRae, said he moved in with his father about a year ago. They said Mike McRae, Anthony's father, is a scrapper well known in the neighborhood. He's never done any harm to anyone. He's just an old man and minds his business. Police had been called to the house before. Based on where McRae was found dead, Bender believed he was heading home. She'd been listening to the scanner for most of the night, and when she heard where police said the suspect had died and later traffic indicating they were being dispatched to her street, she felt relieved McRae hadn't made it back to the neighborhood. Good evening, Hazemaker. Suzanne Shook, who also lives on the same block as McRae, watched police cars descend on a home down the street Monday night after the shooting, responding to the home of a man she's seen walking and biking down the street occasionally. She said it was a shock in a neighborhood that's usually super quiet. On Tuesday morning, Ray Lewis started walking towards the home of Michael McRae before he turned around at the sight of cameras surrounding the home. He'd come to check on his friend because he'd heard rumors about what happened. "Oh my God," Lewis yelled upon hearing details of the deadly campus shooting and Anthony McRae's death. "I just seen Mike a couple of days ago. I came here to see if he's all right. Mike is a good guy." So Mike would be the shooter's dad. said he had met Anthony McRae once or twice and described him as quiet and someone who kept to himself. So that is what we know about the shooter. Here is Senator Chris Murphy. From Connecticut. That's what I thought. He was on with MSNBC to talk about gun laws in the wake of yet another deadly mass shooting here in the United States. How many have we had again, guys? Give me the number. Well, this would make like 59? 57? I was hoping that number was high. No, there have been 67. I'm with Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut. I don't buy the narrative that we can't do anything about gun safety.
You with us?
Laws fucking work.
For this occasion, I know that you visited Michigan.
Yes, 67 in 45 fucking days. That is the idea that right-wingers come out like wokeness is a problem. People being too socially conscious is a problem in society. 67 goddamn mass shootings. Are you telling me that's not a You want to pass laws to prevent wokeness, but then tell me that laws don't work when it comes to guns? Are you fucking serious? I don't distinguish quivering. Just like I hate it when gun nuts will be like, yeah, but your statistic includes suicide. Yes, people are far more likely to succeed at committing suicide if they have access to a gun. That is also a problem, and it should be included in these statistics. What kind of disingenuous person would want to leave that out? Why would I don't want gangs to have access to guns, just like I don't want people with mental health issues to have access to guns. The problem is access to guns. There is no differentiating anything. People having access to a gun to commit suicide. People having access to a gun in the commission of gang violence. People having access to a gun when they're having a fucking breakdown and can't deal with society. Or people, just the fucking people that are just evil. Sociopaths and psychopaths. We need to limit who can have a gun. I've said it a million times. Most of the people I've met are fucking idiots. The vast majority of people are idiots, and that's okay. I'm sure they're wonderful in certain things. Everybody's got their own things they're good at. Everyone has a special fucking talent. But the idea that the vast majority of Americans can be responsible with a gun is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Most people aren't responsible. I'm not responsible enough to own a gun. I'm self-aware to know that I shouldn't own a gun. Most people don't have self-awareness. That's the problem. I don't know what else to say. It's fucking crazy. Let Murphy talk.
State University just back in October, and you met with students who had formed a March for Our Lives chapter on that campus. Now that community sadly joins the list of schools struck by tragedy. So just for starters, tell me your thoughts on what happened last night and the state of our country right now, sir.
So in Connecticut, we know a version of what Michigan State is going through right now. Sandy Hook is a pretty amazing community, a community that in many ways has come back, but a community in many ways that'll never, ever be the same. I just don't think you can really articulate the kind of trauma that just sticks.
This is the anniversary of Parkland. This is the anniversary of Parkland. I don't like that joke. I don't like this joke. I don't like this joke. And I was thinking about, like, okay, what does my stand-up look like now? If I wanted to go back to the stage. Not only do I get up like, it's just another day in mass shooting USA. Do I pull out material I do here on the show? I don't like that joke. That is my least favorite joke I've ever made. I don't like the fucking meme. I don't like... And please, I plan on doing this show, or some form of this show, or being on an outlet in some way for the rest of my fucking life. Please do not... Or to the collapse of society, whichever comes first. Please do not make me be 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road. It's just another day in mass shooting USA. What? It's already gotten fucking old. The horse has already been beaten to death. And it's so bad I've got two of them. I can tell this dude that shot up MSU last night. And the problem may have been, we know he has a history of mental health issues. The problem may have been that he didn't have fucking access to health care. Which is also a huge problem in this fucking country. The dude didn't have access to the medicine that would level him out. The dude didn't have access to counselors and psychiatrists and psychologists that can help him figure out and talk through what is going on in his fucking head. What is wrong with this fucking country? On the anniversary of Parkland. And the mass shooting USA graphic comes from Uvalde. That's when that joke took hold. It's been 8 months, 9 months. It has gotten real fucking old. Is that the graphic I've played the most? Probably Sexual Anarchy. Probably Sexual Anarchy. Joey, good evening. I don't even... We need just a better screening process. Like, most people shouldn't have guns. I don't know what to say. And you know, I don't want to limit people's ability to hunt. I'm like, if you're going to eat meat and shit, kicking authority in the balls is pretty new though. You're like, gun laws work, Quivering. I don't care about convincing somebody on the right. I do not give a shit. Like, you can't reason with people that didn't come to their beliefs rationally to begin with. That's why I just broke down and started calling right-wingers morons. Come on, man is kind of new too, isn't it?
Come on, man.
I do use it a lot because it comes in handy. Probably about time for a couple new ones. Quivering, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, like Lady B was in here the other night. Like, we had a mass shooting. We provided a gun buyback. We passed laws. No mass shootings anymore. Not rocket science. It is not fucking rocket science. I don't give a shit about constitutional rights. I give a shit about what is good public policy. I don't give it like, there's more guns than people, but they're only in the hands of a small number of fucking idiots. The majority of the guns are owned by like 20% or 25% of the country. Like, I don't know why you're trying to argue with me on this. Like, it needs to be done. I do not give a shit. The Constitution is malleable. It's a living document. If we have to abolish the Second Amendment, then so fucking be it. Our only problem is like, we're close to getting a constitutional convention, but it's like done by the Koch brothers. I don't know if you guys are like, they're like Convention of the States or whatever the fuck it's called. They're like fucking 6 states short of being able to call a constitutional convention, and it's basically to just get rid of income tax and shit. They want to abolish the Constitution. And they don't give a shit about the Second Amendment. That's the crazy. The right-wing billionaires may actually abolish the Second Amendment. That's the funny part. But also, I don't think my proposal violates the Second Amendment. Ban the commercial sale and manufacture of guns. Boom. There's no reason to have a gun lobby. And we've seen how fucking corrupt they are. I'm totally okay with, what's the splinter group that split off with the NRA in the 80s? They're fantastic. The National Socialist Rifle Association, also fantastic. You can't tell me that things can't be done, and Murphy agrees.
Senator, it's good to have you with us. I hate to say that it is for this occasion. I know that you visited Michigan State University just back in October, and you met with students who had formed a March for Our Lives chapter on that campus. Now that community sadly joins the list of schools struck by tragedy. So just for starters, tell me your thoughts on what happened last night and the state of our country right now, sir.
Quivering, my friend, please stop making excuses. Please stop making excuses and join with us to get something done. This is a fucking shame. This is a blight on our country. Stop making excuses.
So in Connecticut, we know a version of what Michigan State is going through right now. Sandy Hook is a pretty amazing community, a community that in many ways has come back, but a community in many ways that'll never, ever be the same. I just don't think you can really articulate the kind of trauma that just sticks around, never goes away in a community that's been impacted by a mass shooting. All that being said, I don't buy this narrative that we can't do anything about it or that we haven't done anything about it. The fact of the matter is, since Sandy Hook, we've passed 525 laws at the federal level, the state level, that have made our communities safer. Now, we're in a race because there are more guns, more illegal guns, more assault weapons out there than ever before. But I am absolutely certain that the law that we passed last year,
Republicans, does that number count all the Republican states that have passed laws to loosen restrictions on guns? Is that in your 500 and whatever the fuck tally? Probably not, because he said laws that made us safer. But red states have done, in the wake of mass shootings, they haven't just done nothing. They have made it easier to own a gun, repeatedly. I saw this study the other day. When a mass shooting happens, red states move to loosen gun laws. That's why I get so angry about this. It feels like you're fighting with me, Quivering, instead of joining with me.
Congress in 30 years is, as we speak, saving lives. And coincidentally, today, the federal government announced a series of grants to states who want to use federal resources to implement red flag laws. Michigan will get millions of dollars to implement a red flag law if they choose to pass it. And what we know is the states that have these laws, they save lives. Florida, actually, a red state, has a red flag law. They've used it 5,000 times to take guns.
And right-wingers like to fearmonger about red flag laws and say, like, oh, just your neighbor can report you for having a gun. That is not true. They are targeted at significant others, at your partners, because domestic violence is one of the biggest telltale signs of someone who will escalate into more serious violence. And that is the purpose of red flag laws, to allow a significant other to have your guns confiscated. And I am all for that. If you know the statistics of women who face escalating violence from their partners, then you would be for it too. And how many of them tragically end with their partners killing them with a gun?
Away from people in crisis. Most of the time, those are stopping suicides, but sometimes they're stopping mass shootings as well. So we know that these laws work. We've passed federal legislation that guarantees states are going to have the resources to implement these laws if they choose to put them on the books. And my hope is that those students that I met with last fall at Michigan State University are going to have a lot more recruits to join their chapter of Students Demand Action or March for Our Lives, and that they are going to demand the state capitol respond to this tragedy, but frankly, the epidemic that exists every single day in Michigan, dozens of people losing their lives from guns.
Let me play for you and our viewers something that the Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel said just earlier.
Oh, this is Ari Melber.
Chris Jansing on this network. She has
I don't know who this dude is.
State. Watch.
Ari Melber at home.
Couldn't even make it through their sophomore year without an incident like this happening. I'm the top law enforcement official in this state.
Damn right, Jezebel.
I can prevent a tragedy like this from happening. What do any of us have? What hope do we have as parents if we don't have legislators who are willing to actually do something to protect our children? We have to start loving our kids more than we love our guns.
For once, yes, would somebody think of the children?
Been passed that have made a difference or are making.
For once, that makes sense. Will somebody think of the fucking children?
Difference, but what do we need more of right now? Where can we see some areas improve so that we don't have to hear the Attorney General say that effectively what sounds like she's hopeless?
Well, obviously, the holy grail here is a national criminal background check system and a ban on assault weapons, which tend to be the weapon of choice for mass killers because they are just much more effective at killing as many human beings as quickly as possible. That's what they're designed for. And I think as we're learning a little bit more about this shooting, it may be that this individual shouldn't have been able to purchase a weapon, but did. There are plenty of mass shooters, plenty of perpetrators of homicides who are prohibited by federal law from getting a weapon, but they get it through the black market because there are so many weapons being sold out there that get to the black market because of a lack of background checks at gun stores, at gun shows and through online sales. So a federal mandatory comprehensive background check law, which by the way is supported by 90% of Americans, is probably the most important thing we can do to stop both mass shootings, maybe like this one, and the everyday gun violence that we see in cities across this country. Again, that's a really popular endeavor, and
it's insane that that's not already the law.
Oppose it and vote against it, they are going to increasingly lose elections.
You have spoken about and written at length about the epidemic of loneliness in this country. How do you see that overlapping with the gun epidemic and the mass shooting violence that we see, like the one that we saw last night?
So it is true that more people today feel deeply lonely than ever before. And in particular, this is a problem amongst young people. Right now, 60%.
Valentine's Day is a day for high numbers of suicide, as well as Christmas. This has always been an issue. That has always been. Suicides spike on days like Valentine's Day and Christmas.
Of teenagers feel very alone. And it is true that oftentimes when you mix together loneliness with grievance or grudge, which tends to be
access to medical care,
young men, the result can be violence. But I don't think it's right to explain America's gun violence epidemic through the prism of loneliness, because loneliness doesn't exist only in the United States.
Abolish Christmas.
Only in the United States. That emotion exists in...
It's only February and we're already waging war on Christmas.
Every other high-income nation. It's just that in those countries, people that are sort of feeling a combination of loneliness and grievance and want to take out their frustration and violence.
Too much fucking work. Too much fucking work. People are overworked and underfucked in this country. That's what Chris Murphy really wants to say. People are overworked and underfucked in this country. And that's the fucking truth. And you want to know the rent's too damn high. People feeling hopeless. They don't have time to go out and socialize and have time with friends. It's work, 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 work.
Any weapons of mass destruction. Only in this country can you be feeling really terrible about yourself, contemplate some...
Who said scat?
And within 24 hours, get your hands on a military...
You live in sexual anarchy.
30 people in 5 minutes. So to me, yes, we should attack this issue of loneliness. I've written...
And not only will it reduce the body count, but you'll get a hell of a lot better headlines. We've gone over this before. Man attacks church with sword, which is a headline that I read to you guys. We read the story just the other day. Is a way more fun headline than coward with AR guns down fucking 20 people. I would much rather read about people attacking churches with swords. Fucking men. I can't believe there's people that don't fucking masturbate. What? There's two types of people. Those who masturbate and those who fucking lie. I mean, unless you ain't got the sex drive or something, that's... There's everybody along all sides of the spectrum on everything. Everything's a spectrum. When we come back from the other side of the break, if you're not subbed on Twitch, you're going to get 3 minutes of ads. It may do it as I'm running down what you're going to get on the other side, but I try to make sure everybody doesn't miss any content. I'm going to stick with everybody who's subbed. We're going to talk about the balloons, all kinds of news about the balloons. The State Department gets questioned about their flying of balloons over China. White House says the balloons were no big deal. Marjorie Taylor Greene compares the balloons to 9/11. The White House thinks the rent is too damn high and says they're going to do something about it. Tommy Tuberville says that abortion happens after birth. Dianne Feinstein announces that she is not running for Senate. Ted Cruz gets upset that Fox gets called propaganda. We're going to watch Whoopi Goldberg on The View apparently lose it over Nikki Haley. We're going to talk about the Epstein docs. Roger Stone is going to explain away Trump's connection to Epstein. A lying cop gets his job back in Knoxville. I'm going to tell you about a standoff that took place in Baltimore. Wild video of a woman attacking her own attorney in the courtroom. Don Jr. says he's not on coke. Joe Rogan may be leaving Spotify. All that and more on the other side of the break. Go take you a tinkle, get you something to drink, get you a snack. We'll be right here waiting on you, and then we'll get back to what that news be doing. Hello, subscribers. It's just us now. I think we're alone now, and it's Valentine's Day. So I need to sing you a love song. Get all sensual on you. Yeah, what was up? What was up with me doing a falsetto there for Valentine? I need to get into like the fucking Barry White fucking mode and get that deep voice on you. We can pull a Howard Stern from Private Parts. If any of you have your speakers you want to put on the floor. Really crank up that bass for you. Oh fuck, is my lighter out? Still a little bit, Oh yeah, let me go check on socks. Here, you guys get a short commercial break, then let me check socks.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
Welcome back, Socks. I told you, just be at the door chilling. When he's ready to come in, he'll be there. Okay, my friend. I mean, I guess I'm a crazy cat lady. Guess I probably do need to take a toke. I don't know if the hair in my mouth is mine or if it's Socks. Simp, good evening, my friend. I got called Crazy Cat Lady. You know, we've been doing that news, but we've only done one story thus far. We've been finding out what that news be doing. I really like the way the Valentine's graphic. I was worried when I changed the graphics from the old graphics package to this. I was like, I'm not going to be able to have as much fun with holidays. I don't have as much of a canvas to work with. But you know what? I like it better. I like this Valentine's Day ship. My graphics, not Valentine's Day. I don't give a shit about Valentine's Day. Everything's kind of pinkish purple. I changed the borders. They're not the rainbow color like they usually are. The troll head's got hearts for eyes. But I really like the way the background looks with the, you know, like I love the color I picked for the Troll Patrol. That purple, it's a purplish bluish color. I don't know which color it is. Bisexual lighting. I'm a big fan of bisexual lighting. I can understand on a phone. Like some people like to put me up on the big TV, but then they'll sit on their phone and chat. I find you cool. That's why that's why I hate being not on YouTube, because some people like to be chatting on Twitch and watching on YouTube. Totally cool. Everybody back from commercial break now? I think so. All the pink mood lighting. Well, I mean, I hit you with my own. I like the color of the Troll Patrol. I like the you know, the usual background and everything. That's what it usually looks like, without the, you know, the hearts in the background. Woohoo, Ida! Congratulations, Emmerich. Good evening. Your cat kept attacking me. That's hilarious. But that's what it usually looks like, and then that's with the Valentines. I've been trying to keep all my shit. We had the footy ball the other night, but the picture is not the right size. My Christmas background, I really liked that. I really like the Christmas background. Look how good that looks. I've been making everything like really accessible. So I've got like that was my Christmas border. We had the New Year's border. I had the fucking streamers and shit. That was my Thanksgiving border. I like decorating. Oh shit. Thank you, Simp. Thank you. I spend a good deal of time on it. Luckily, I've still got the Christmas. It is not Christmas. It'll be Christmas before you know it, though. Here we go. Back to the hearts, which look awesome. I dig this. Good. I'm patting myself on the back here. Santa is always coming. Santa lives in sexual anarchy.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Let me tell you, son, when we get to Christmas, which will be here before you know it, we'll be in primary season. There will be debates going on. We will be watching the Republicans, at least, doing debates. What that news be doing, indeed. Let's go to Brooklyn. Update on the truck driver that we heard about yesterday. Also a man that had a history of mental health issues. He's now been charged with murder.
Charged with 1 count of murder in the 2nd degree and 7 counts of attempted murder. The investigation is still ongoing, but this is what I can tell you at this time. Mr. Saw resides with his mother in Las Vegas. He is estranged from his son and wife who reside in Brooklyn. He travels to West Palm Beach, Florida on February 1st. He rents a U-Haul truck. The vehicle...
Yeah, this is the wildest part to me, that he rented a U-Haul in Florida and apparently drove it all the way back up to New York.
Is due back March 3rd of 2023. On February 4th, we know he is still in West Palm Beach, Florida, based on ATM withdrawals. On February 5th, while traveling through South Carolina en route to New York, he is stopped for reckless driving and marijuana possession by South Carolina Highway Patrol. The tow invoice for that U-Haul is discovered in the truck after his arrest in New York. He makes his way to New York City, and on February 5th...
Wait, we've skipped so he got towed in South Carolina, and he was... How did he get out of... I mean, if it's just simple possession, he doesn't have anything else, maybe they released him on his own, like, cognizance the next day. I would think there's at least something like, where is he getting the money to rent the U-Haul for all this time? And he got it towed and paid the bill. Do you know how much it costs to pay to get something out of impound? Mike, where is he getting all this money from?
6th, shows up at his ex-wife and son's residence to shower. He returns to that same residence on February 8th to shower and has an altercation.
Fair enough, Lenny.
On that same day, February 8th, he is stopped by the New York City Highway Patrol on the Bell Parkway. He is given 2 summonses, one for speeding and one for having a commercial vehicle on the Bell Parkway. The next time we see that vehicle is in New Jersey, Melbourne, New Jersey, on Sunday, February 12th at 8:10 p.m., before he returns to Brooklyn yesterday. Based on interviews with his family members, and confirmed when interrogated by members of the New York City Detective Bureau, we believe Mr. Thur was suffering from a mental health crisis. At this time, there is no nexus to terrorism.
Another incident where somebody didn't have access to the help they needed. But how... He was living out of a U-Haul. But he was stopped by the cops multiple times. Oh, Goku, I haven't told you good evening, have I? Welcome, my friend. I'm stunned by this story. Man hurt in NYC bike path attack says he wanted death too. A Belgian man whose wife lost her legs in a terrorist attack on a New York City bike path that killed 8 people 5 years ago says he contemplated suicide after he had largely recovered from his physical wounds. Belgian man whose wife lost her legs in a deadly terrorist attack on a New York City bike path said he contemplated suicide after he largely recovered. He testified Tuesday as a jury considers the death penalty for the militant Islamic attacker. Aristide Melissus testified in federal court in Manhattan to aid the government's push for a death sentence for Sayfullo Saipov. If all 12 jurors do not agree to end his life, the 35-year-old will automatically spend life in prison. Melissus said he was undergoing 22 months of rehabilitation from physical wounds that included a fractured skull when he hit an 18-month stretch of mental lows where I thought of ending my own life. Then I said, don't do it. You have family. You're strong. Seek help. Sapov was convicted in late January of charges in the October 31st, 2017 attack. He drove a rental truck. And I'm sorry, I conflated 2 different rental truck stories. Killing pedestrians in New York. When I was running this down earlier, he drove a rental truck on a lower Manhattan bike path along the Hudson River at high speed, boasting hours afterward to FBI agents that he had hoped to kill more people. Prosecutors say he had become immersed online in Islamic State group propaganda. And this is one of the reasons why just another day in rental truck USA. Nalsi, good evening, my friend. I did say that right, correct? I did say that correct, right? Probably shouldn't be fucking roads anywhere in these cities. Cities should be walkable. Nobody should be able to drive a fucking... That's another downfall to our fucking road system. Let me at least give you something that feels a little good here. We have been paying attention to Turkey. I don't know. I haven't checked the death toll. Hold on. God, I hate to give it to you. It was 33,000 yesterday. 35,000. Tops 40,000. Oh, let me get the... The latest number seems to be 41,000 that I have about an hour ago. Over 41,000 people dead. And still counting, but at least I'm able to bring you this video of a man being rescued after 198 hours. Goku, I'm not exactly sure. This is Mohammed Kafir Sitin. He's 18 years old. This is a miraculous rescue. Medics gave him emergency treatment before attempting a dangerous extraction from the building, which crumbled further as rescuers were working. You're seeing them pull him out. They yank a worker, has hold of his upper body. 198 hours. Fucking wow. Now there have been other miraculous rescues, but this one is the one that has been the longest, has gone the longest, being trapped in the rubble. God damn. I guess it's a pretty feel-good story. Maybe? I don't know. You know what I do know? I'm not high enough for this shit. I don't think we know quivering. Like, they wouldn't know. I mean, they had pretty much switched to a recovery of body effort. We even said that like a night or two ago. You know, it's pretty much recovering bodies now. This was miraculous. After that amount of time. Ooh, boy. All right, let's talk about balloons. Everybody all up on the balloons. Do I have a balloon meme? I don't right now. Sure would have liked to have given you a balloon meme. Significant amount of Chinese spy balloon has been recovered.
Contributor, former State Department official Steve Gagnier joins us now with more on this. Steve, a significant portion of this Chinese balloon spy equipment has been recovered, according to officials. So what are you listening for as they start to reveal what they find here?
Yeah, if you remember, that was a big payload underneath that Chinese spy balloon, and it had about
it was a big load
solar panels. But in the middle was what they
I had to.
That's where the sensor package was. So we know the Chinese satellites, they can take pictures, they can pick up signals, but this balloon going very, very slowly would have had the chance to suck up lots of intelligence signals that would be like communications, be able to geolocate what those are. The key point here is that the U.S. really needs to see what's inside that sensor package to understand what the Chinese were after.
He said package.
We now know that 3 objects that were shot down.
Is my mind in the gutter, or have we just sexualized fucking everything?
Over the weekend, officials say they had no communication signals, no maneuvering ability. So if they're not spying, why shoot them down?
That's a good question for the administration, but I think that there was also there's a political element to this. So there was quite a bit of embarrassment that the intelligence agencies and the military knew about these balloons days before the White House heard about it, when it was just about with the Chinese spy balloon just about to cross into the U.S. So it's one of these. We're not going to get fooled again. We're going to shoot first and ask questions later. But if these three balloons,
we'll get fooled again. Yeah, or whatever he says at the beginning of CSI Miami.
Balloons that have been shot down since the Chinese balloon turn out to be weather balloons, hopefully the U.S. will back off a bit and say, these are just weather balloons, and we need to be able to make the differentiation between a spy balloon and something innocuous but necessary as a weather balloon.
Well, and Steve, to that point, I mean, weather balloons are out in the sky every day. They're a crucial part of everyday forecasting. So how can the U.S. ensure that threatening balloons or other aircraft are eliminated while also not endangering those that we actually need?
Yeah, you know, weather balloons haven't been a problem in the past. They're, as Martha said, hundreds and hundreds released around the world every day. So it's these really big balloons like the China spy balloon that came across that were so big and had that big payload package underneath. So this is what the U.S. intelligence agencies are going to be focused on being able to look for those balloons at where they are in the atmosphere. I think that in the future, I think we will see less of this from China. I think they're a bit chagrined they got caught, and this may be the end of that program.
And China has accused the U.S. of repeatedly sending its own balloons into Chinese airspace. President
we're going to talk about that here in a second.
Has denied that. So what's the next step in sorting that out?
Yeah, I mean, it's a typical deny, counter accuse, and it's what we hear from the Chinese quite often. But the U.S. does not fly over sovereign territory. We do fly satellites over places that are outside of sovereign territory. That's 62 miles and above. That's not sovereign territory anymore. So this is something that's just going to have to be worked out diplomatically. But if you think about the history of this, the U.S. used to fly these balloons over the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Didn't work very well. They created the U-2, which subsequently got shot down by the Russians. So since then, the U.S. has never flown an airplane or balloon over somebody else's sovereign territory. They will use satellites to gather any kind of intelligence that's of interest.
Right.
He basically just said, we don't need fucking balloons. We got satellites. We can do it the high-tech way. So the State Department was questioned about that. Let's go ahead and let's go to the State Department and hear what they had to say.
Thanks. We saw Beijing today double down on those claims that the U.S. is flying
This is Ned Price.
over their country. Of course, administration officials have flatly denied that. Does the State Department concern that the Foreign Ministry continuing to push forward those so far baseless claims might further deteriorate the relationship between the two powers and not prove constructive towards working to get closer to a meeting between Secretary Blinken and his counterpart?
So a couple points on that. First, there is no question that the PRC is operating from its heels at the moment. The PRC is facing questions, legitimate questions, from a number of countries around the world regarding this high-altitude spy balloon program that we've detailed in recent days. Countries have every right to take up with, in this case, the PRC, the issue of having had their sovereignty violated. I can't say specifically what countries the PRC is hearing from, but it's quite clear that they are under some pressure, as we expect they might be, given the scope and the scale and the brazen nature of this program, which, again, violated the sovereignty of dozens of countries around the world. We always like to encourage constructive dialogue. We encourage constructive dialogue in our private bilateral conversations, but we also encourage constructive dialogue in terms of public messaging.
Need more pod.
And the use of misinformation, disinformation in some cases is not something that we do. What we have been focused on in recent days has been fact-based. We've been laying out as much as we can in public what we know.
I mean, aliens is a more fun
program, the scope
thing to speculate on than fucking China.
We think it's important for us to engage in this fact-based dialogue in just a simple, straightforward way, out of transparency for the American people, but again, to leave our allies and partners equipped with what they need to know about potential violations of their sovereignty. When it comes to the PRC, our position...
I mean, I don't want to say planned war on China, Mox, but like...
PRC remain open. We want to see that continue to...
We do not want them to reintegrate Taiwan into China. That is definitely the U.S.'s position.
Somewhat higher. We think we...
And Taiwan doesn't want to be reintegrated into China.
Again, to model the responsible reaction that we would like to see.
This is a messy situation.
Countries around the world in instances like this, knowing that this incident is rather unique. We've acted responsibly.
I mean, I don't want to see war.
We've acted in an abundance of transparency. Again, not only for the American people, but for people around the world. Yeah.
And I think I was cautious when we're coming up on the 1 year anniversary of Russia invading Ukraine. I think I was very cautious in my stance. Ukraine has a right to defend itself. I just don't want to see this get used as a reason for us to, manufacture a bunch of weapons and fucking funnel taxpayer money into defense contractors. That's pretty much what's happened. So it's a weird situation. Also, I don't want to see people lionize Zelensky. That's how you create fucking dictators. I don't know about initiator. We ain't invading China. That ain't happening. We don't need a reason to make weapons. We need a reason to sell them. We need a reason to sell them. We need a reason for defense contractors to siphon money off. Get that taxpayer dollar. Well, you're astounded that you had a fucking logical position? Congrats, motherfucker. Anytime the U.S. has armed rebel groups throughout its history, it's never turned out well for us. That's how you get a 9/11. That's always been my worry. Like, we pump a bunch of weapons into Ukraine, destabilize the fucking country. If Zelensky starts believing all his stupid crap and all the people sucking his ass, because history is littered with people who came to power, incredibly popular, on the will of the people, took charge during moments of instability, and then absolute power corrupts absolutely. And if you surround yourself with yes men, they pump you full of nonsense, you can believe that fucking nonsense. And I don't want that. I think Zelensky's done a admirable job thus far. I worry about the consequences because I've read a fucking history book. Except we have completely, buddy. Like, you got to go spend hours outside. Fucking sucks. Zelensky absolutely was a comedian. A comedian that probably takes himself too seriously now. Just being, I gotta try to find another lighter. Or so good. Just pumping a bunch of weapons into a region to help them fight off Russia. I mean, this has happened before. And then not providing them with humanitarian aid, not providing them with the ability to be able to reconstruct their society, has never turned out well for the U.S. But all we ever give a shit about is selling arms. Russia is absolutely bad. Motherfucking, like, I fucking kick Russia in the balls. Fuck Putin. I'm as anti-imperialist
He's
as it
kicking
comes.
authority in the balls.
Fuck Vlad. I'm not saying that, you know, we've done the right thing, the wrong thing. I just want to lay out possible scenarios, put it in historical context. I give the U.S. the benefit of a doubt. I saw even a report on what it is costing us and how inexpensive it has been to provide Ukraine with support for what we're getting back in terms of access to oil and natural gas. Or what we could see in return in oil and natural gas. Neoliberal looting as usual. That's always what I'm worried about. War is a fantastic opportunity for people to be able to lie, cheat, and steal. Fog of war is... I don't even know. Buddy, I'm just laying out the fucking arguments, dude. I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't get up here and try to give you the counter argument as well. Motherfucker, I said I am not making... Are you stupid? Or are you just trying to look for a way to get me? Holy shit. What a dumb motherfucker you are. I'm trying to lay out all the different arguments. I'm not making a value judgment. Because you know what? I don't fucking know enough about foreign policy and war to actually know what is right and what is wrong. Now, overall, I'm pretty anti-fucking war. And Tadpole makes a very good point. It's not like they're gonna provide water to Jackson, Mississippi any fucking way. What's that weed pipe be doing exactly, Farquad? Oowin TV. Love you. So glad to see you tonight. Because that was exactly what I got on the Fox News last night about. Because they're never going to present you a counter argument. They're never going to try to couch it in nuance. They're just going to tell you what they want you to hear, what they think you want to hear. And they always, Emmerich, thank you. They say, let's use the money at home, and then they always vote against using the money at home. But speaking of money, let's talk about the money wasted on the missile that didn't hit what appears to be something that wasn't a Chinese spy satellite over Lake Huron over the weekend. So the F-16 fighter jet sent to shoot down the aerial object over Lake Huron this weekend missed with its first missile. 50 grand? Lake Huron? You know, I would like to put a lake of urine in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Groom school children. That's what they do at Christian schools. The first shot missed. The second one hit. Mark Milley confirmed on Tuesday. Asked whether the missile miss changes how the U.S. may go about downing the next aerial object over its territory, Milley said officials go to great lengths to make sure that the airspace is clear and the backdrop is clear out to the max effect range of the missile. He added that the missile landed harmlessly in the water of Lake Huron and was later tracked down. We made sure that airspace was clear of any commercial, civilian, or recreational traffic. We do the same thing for the maritime space, so we're very, very deliberate in our planning. We're very, very careful to make sure that those shots are, in fact, safe. The U.S. and Canada shot down 3 unidentified objects over Alaska, Lake Huron, and Canadian territory in the last few days. Incidents that followed the U.S. downing of a suspected Chinese spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina earlier this month. So I do want to point out that the White House is now saying that these objects were no big deal. And they weren't actually Chinese spy balloons or anything.
Meantime, on Capitol Hill, the frustration is escalating. Some senators, just off a classified briefing, want President Biden to update the shoot down of 4 flying objects in just over a week. There has been widespread bipartisan exasperation over the lack of information.
I'm sorry, I should have given you a content warning where you see fucking Tom Cotton. Damn, Tom Cotton is an ugly motherfucker.
President Biden owes the American people an explanation. President Biden should speak on camera direct.
Is it just me? Is it just me? Or does Tom Cotton look like he should be playing like power forward for a college basketball team? I think this motherfucker would look more at home in a jersey than a suit. Second string power forward behind a black guy. The starting power forward is a big black guy. Tom got maybe even third string power forward. He's a good rebounder in the clutch. They bring him in at the end of the third quarter when the starter has too many fouls.
Directly to the American people.
Some of you that follow me and know that I don't watch Sporty Ball just went, holy shit, how did he do that? How did he know that much about basketball? I used to watch it as a kid. I actually know how to play all the sports. I've played all the games on PlayStation. I've owned baseball, football, basketball games. I know how to play all the games.
Today,
I have a better understanding, but the American people,
I just don't keep up with that shit.
To know more.
They can say what they know, what they don't know, and don't reveal sources and methods. That's what the American people want. When you don't provide information and there's a dearth of information, it can lead to wild speculation.
President Biden has yet to address the matter, but we'll be listening closely because he's about to speak at a conference at the National Association of Counties. So we will keep our ear to that. And for the first time,
He must not have said anything interesting, or I'd have a clip for you.
do have a leading explanation for those 3 most recent objects. NBC's Ryan Nobles is on Capitol Hill. NBC's Tom Costello is following the investigation. So, Tom,
what up, Tom?
You just heard the frustration from the senators.
Tom, not Cotton.
Unanswered questions. But what theory is the intel community leaning toward, at least when we look at these last 3 objects, not calling them balloons?
To be honest with you, Mox, I think everybody here looks like a lizard. Maybe I'm just high, but I think everybody that's been in this video thus far looks like a lizard person. I can see how conspiracy theorists are like, fuck, everybody's a lizard person. I don't, especially this dude and his beady eyes. I got my eyes on you, son.
No, you're right. And the theory now is, and
Woke Potato. Somebody shout out Woke Potato.
But the theory is now that, in fact, these were not any sort of intelligence gathering mechanism or device or balloon, that the 3 objects shot down, now we're not talking about the big balloon, but the 3 most recently could have been commercial or maybe even a university type of weather balloon or something of that nature, something that is benign. In other words, studying the ozone or looking at weather patterns. By the way, the United States alone launches dozens, even hundreds of weather balloons every single day, and we're not the only ones. So there's a lot of stuff that gets up there, and the thinking increasingly is that, in fact,
I have no idea.
However, let's underscore the United States and the Canadians still do not.
I'm pissed off if they were some benign object that wasn't any kind of a threat to us, and we wasted how many thousands of dollars shooting missiles at these motherfuckers?
Pieces from these these objects that were shot down in Alaska, in the Yukon, or over.
Just another day in Spy Balloon, USA.
Alaska, they are thought to be submerged in water, and the Alaskan Yukon, as you know, is a vast Siberian type of territory that they've got to search, looking for kind of a needle in the haystack. They do, however, have a lot of, if not most of, the electronics that came from that suspected spy balloon off of South Carolina. And all of that continues to underscore the Pentagon's theory that, in fact, that was some sort of an electronic, a spy or eavesdropping technology deployed by the Chinese to spy on the United States. But the 3 objects shot down this last weekend, increasingly the theory is, they were probably benign and maybe some sort of a science or weather experiment or calculations, if you will, that are being done aloft.
So yeah, I'm pissed we wasted fucking missiles on this shit. And is it just because the Biden administration thought they looked bad because of the right-wing fucking attacks on them?
Come on, man.
Let's do one more before we go to another commercial break here. This one hits close to home. The rent is too damn high. And apparently, the Biden administration says they're going to do something about it. So, thank you.
Addressing the nation's soaring rent prices, the Biden White House has announced a new effort to protect tenants and make renting more affordable. Laura Barone-Lopez has more.
The pandemic left Jessica Russell 8 months behind on rent, laid off, and out of options.
The fact that we were possibly getting evicted, it became more and more of a reality and not a possibility.
Jessica, an art teacher, and her partner Nikki, a tattoo artist and Marine Corps veteran, met here in Baltimore, Maryland, and bonded as creatives. But in March 2021, they were both out of work. And
Emmerich hits the nail on the head again. We didn't waste the missiles. Raytheon executive just made a few more bucks because we got to replace them. We got to replenish the stash.
Struggling to make monthly payments or coming up with cash for costly security deposits.
It was probably one of the hardest things that I would say that I've gone through. You have a family to provide for, you want to support and, uphold not only your spouse, but we have animals. So all of those types of things are running through your head of like, oh my God, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
Facing eviction, they applied for and received federal rental assistance through the nonprofit United Way of Central Maryland. 8 months of back pay, plus funds for 3 months' rent, got them back on their feet.
Do you ever think at all about where you would be if that assistance didn't come through?
Absolutely. I know
almost $1 million on those 2 missiles.
If we didn't get that assistance and kind of get that boost running, we probably would be facing homelessness.
But even though she has work again and housing, Jessica says roughly half of her income goes towards rent. She's not alone. More than 40% of tenants in America meet the federal definition of rent burdened, meaning they spend at least 30% of their income on rent.
Just 30%?
Received from Congress.
The bill is passed.
Part of some $46 billion over multiple coronavirus aid packages is all but spent by the state of Maryland. That, plus persistent inflation, rising interest rates, and supply chain issues in the construction industry have meant evictions are creeping back to pre-pandemic levels. Jessica worries for herself and others.
Do you think that your local elected officials or national elected officials are doing enough to help renters like yourself?
Absolutely not.
The White House recently outlined regulations and a Bill of Rights to make housing more affordable and to empower renters like Jessica. But the immediate impact is questionable.
Housing is a right in America.
President Biden vowed to tackle the housing crisis within days of taking office. And after a year of meetings with industry and tenant advocates, announced a slate of actions. Agencies will begin collecting data on unfair rental practices like tenant background checks and egregious rent hikes. The Justice Department will review competition in the market, and the Federal Housing Finance Agency will explore ways to protect renters with leases at federally mortgaged properties.
That's what the government should have been doing anyway.
Decades, I think probably the first time since the Great Depression,
that the federal government is acknowledging that there could be an important federal role in preventing rent gouging.
Diane Yentl is the president of the National Low Income Housing Coalition. She says the administration took a first step, but more is needed.
They're not actually implementing these new protections now. They're not even committing to ensuring that they will. They're only committing to a process to consider such protections.
The president's proposal includes a renter's bill of rights that issued guidelines for safe, affordable housing with fair leases and anti-discrimination standards. But it's not enforceable, and tenant advocates hoped for more full-throated protections against price gouging and other bad practices.
One of the really unfortunate omissions from the announcement is any administrative action to hold corporate landlords.
Republican Jesus would indeed be proud.
Egregious, predatory, and sometimes unlawful behavior during and since the pandemic.
In 99.9% of the cases in America, there are good relations between landlords and tenants.
Jerry Howard says most landlords are working in good faith.
Well, Drake, since we're does it say no more? This may be the last Troll Patrol for a while. It's possible that we don't even miss an episode. We're playing it by ear now, Drake. Hopefully Justin has everything straightened out, figured out. Supposedly I can move into the new place on Friday. So oh, Potato got the sub. Simp giving out the gift sub over here. Damn, you guys are awesome. Getting closer to the 96. Makes me feel so good. But hopefully Justin's got it figured out. We don't even miss an episode. By Sunday, I'm in the new digs and everything's cool. If everything goes smoothly, things don't go smoothly, it may be a couple weeks, because I may not be able to move in until like the 1st of March. So that is where we're at. It's not a matter of helping me move, it's a matter of having somewhere to move. I got a buddy with a truck, and I don't even have that much shit. It's just a matter of having a place to put it, and we think we got it. I was a little worried because nobody was messaging me back, and now I have multiple options. So I had several people message me. I have multiple options that say, Friday. I've already put in an application, paid the application fee for one place. Being able to keep the kitties was a concern. We're talking about rent prices and housing and everything. Brandon is doing a what fairly has been called a PR half measure. But also, like, a PR half measure is better than, Republicans just telling us to suck it up, buttercup. Here, let me fuck you in the ass. We're going to cut your landlord's rent even more. Application fees should be abolished. I agree. Also got, the pet fee, it was an extra, $20 a month or something for a pet. And I'm like, all right, that's fine.
Leases and anti-discrimination standards.
Math.
But it's not.
Math. Did somebody say math?
But then you take my 75% chance of winning and then add 66 and 2/3%. I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning.
Chances win and drastic go down. Yeah, but it's a corporate place, and I had to submit to a background check. That's the problem is, if my credit check fucks me over, I have to have somebody sign for me. I think I can have my buddy sign for me. Hopefully. If not, I think one of these others is just like a me paying somebody else to live there kind of deal. There was one, some old man wanted a roommate, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm desperate. Can I have cats there?
Forcible, and tenant advocates hoped for more full-throated protections against price gouging and other bad practices.
One of the really unfortunate omissions.
I also didn't realize, because a lot of what I've been looking at has been like lease takeovers for like a college situation, because there's 2 college towns near me. And it's kind of like they're motivated to have somebody take over quickly, so they're relieved of that payment because they're on the hook for it. So, like, those have kind of been what I've been searching for. So I'm going to be like, Steve Buscemi, like, hello, fellow kids. And like I told him, like, I'm considering going back for a master's, maybe being an adjunct at the college, which possibly, you never know. I'm banned from the broadcasting department at that college, so I doubt they'd let me be an adjunct, but you never know. The guy that runs it now really likes me. The people that ran it before did not like me. It's been a decade since I was there. It's predominantly upperclassmen. So like I had a friend that lived in this exact apartment when I was in college. It's got a balcony for smoking pot. I remember us smoking pot in her apartment, so like probably good. Well, like fucking like, and on the one hand, like I forget how old I am, cause like one dude even changed the like after I replied to his ad, he changed the ad to someone around my age, and I was like, God damn, dude. Because like, I never married, no kids. I'm a fucking streamer. What the fuck? Like, I'm one of you. I really am the Steve Buscemi meme. I don't think it'll be hard for me to fit in with the kids. But then again, that's a pretty big age gap if they're, like in the 22, 23, 24. Or younger. But also, I probably won't come out of my room a lot. Because it's like private bathroom and everything, so cool.
Is any administrative action to hold corporate landlords accountable for egregious, predatory, and sometimes unlawful behavior during and since the pandemic.
In 99.9% of the cases in America, there are good relations between landlords and tenants.
Jerry Howard says,
"Oh yeah, that is absolute bullshit."
Most landlords are working in good faith to keep their tenants housed. He's the CEO of the National Association of Home Builders, a trade association that represents landlords, property managers, and builders.
During
that's why.
The pandemic, when renters were at their most vulnerable,
he's paid to say that.
It's been the landlords of America that, with their own money, were paying the electric bills, the heating bills, the air conditioning bills, and were working with tenants to make sure that they were not evicted.
He says the Biden plan is misguided, focused too much on renters and not on the forces squeezing the housing market.
Oh, wow.
It's too expensive for builders, whether they're for-profit builders or non-for-profit builders, to build enough low-income housing with the amount of regulations that they have to comply with.
Yep, there it is.
Is significant. At least 1.5 million homes by the most conservative estimates. And the demand for affordable housing far outpaces the supply of it. The White House says they'll keep pushing Congress. The president's upcoming budget proposal will include funding for veterans housing for families like Jessica's.
5-6 years ago?
Remembering how close she came to being homeless, Jessica said she hopes the administration's latest announcement is the beginning.
I think there is a stigma around the housing crisis. And I truly, honestly believe that if there was more of a balance when it comes to cost of living, that other people would have that exact same opportunity to become successful members of society.
Renting for now, Jessica and Nikki hope to save enough to buy their own home. a dream many Americans have had to postpone due to the high cost of housing.
It's supposed to already go up to like maybe 50 or 60 degrees.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Laura Barone Lopez in Baltimore, Maryland.
It's the regulations. It's the regulations. Right-wingers are so goddamn stupid. So if you're watching on Twitch, you're gonna get an ad here in a second. But I'm gonna stick with everybody, and we're gonna watch what I show every stupid right winger when they're like, "You need to get rid of regulation."
What problem would you? Everything you're building here right now, right? Do you want the government to tell you how to do all these things and all the regulations that you got to have your electric thing this far from this and like all
the regulations like that for construction are important though. You do have to make sure that people don't do stupid shit.
But
make sure you don't have a power line that's near a water line. There's a lot of.
But I would put most of that on the builders, though. They want to build things that are good. Now, I get it.
That's not true. All the time. Like, you have to have regulations when it comes to construction methods or people are going to get fucked.
They cut corners when there are regulations anyway.
They do. They would.
Yes, Dave, you stupid motherfucker.
A lot more if there weren't regulations.
I'm not
If you go
totally.
to third world countries and look at construction methods, they're fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
That's why schools collapse on kids in foreign countries sometimes. Like,
Well, I'm not telling you that I'm
based Joe Rogan over here.
That's where I said intellectually I like that argument because you could make I think you can make a very sound argument that competition would force people to do better work. Like if you're a plumber, you have a vested interest in doing the best plumbing job you can so that people will rate you on Yelp so that you...
Well, that's how dumb Dave Rubin is. This is from a few years ago.
Now you might, right? You're going to push it as much as you can to save as much time and energy and money as you can.
Mm-hmm.
But once you go over that edge, yeah, you don't want to be known as the guy that you tightened something too much so that you flooded the house. Or when you're building a house...
You're thinking logically, though. When people fuck...
He's not.
And short things and...
I take issue with that. Joe Rogan does not know what thinking logically means. That is not what Dave Rubin was doing.
Logically,
but I don't think it's the government. I don't think it's the government that they're like, the government gave me this regulation, so that's why I'm going to do it right.
Well, if
You know
they
what I
didn't
mean?
have any regulations, there'd be no incentive whatsoever to do it right.
No,
If
there
they
would be
knew
an
that-
incentive.
If they knew there were no inspectors, no one was going to check their stuff and make sure that...
By the way, when we come back from commercial break, the entire town, city council and the mayor switched from Democrat to GOP. Tommy Tuberville being mocked after he made comments about abortion happening after birth. We're going to hear what Whoopi Goldberg had to say about Nikki Haley's announcement. The official announcement was this morning. We're talking about Jeffrey Epstein, a lying cop, got his job back in Knoxville. I'm going to tell you about a standoff that occurred a few days ago in Baltimore. Wild video of a woman attacking her own attorney. We've got Joe Rogan on the screen right now. Spotify is denying that Joe Rogan will be leaving the streaming service. Don Jr. says he's not on coke. And I'm going to show you some newscasters that you may have seen on the internet and tell you that they aren't real. We may have even watched them here on this show. They ain't real.
Their stuff was up to code.
We're going to watch the rest of this Joe Rogan clip.
My dad was an architect.
You might get some commercials
Since I was a
if
little
you're not
kid.
subbed.
You fucking need regulations. These guys, a lot of people that are in construction, they'll do whatever the fuck they can to make money, and it's not good for the people that have the house because they might have that house for 5-10 years before that problem manifests itself. The people who are establishing these codes are licensed builders or people that have been involved in construction for a long fucking time, and they know what's safe and what's not safe. That's why those codes exist. It exists to protect the consumers. You can't just protect the consumers through the marketplace because
I'm not
takes
calling
a long
for-
time for these problems to become a real issue, and these problems could potentially damage everybody in the neighborhood. It's not just going to affect the person on this one lot. Like if a fire starts, it burns all the houses in the neighborhood, or if a flood happens and it floods everyone downhill, it's a real problem. Like you have to
Absolutely.
be real careful with construction.
I get it, and you know, my dad wasn't in construction, so I'm not privy to like all of that.
What did your dad do, Dave?
I genuinely believe that as a general level, people have a vested interest in, especially now because of phones and apps and Yelp and all of the things, doing good work because
he did construction. That's what Joe Rogan. Before Joe Rogan was a comedian and an actor and everything, he did construction.
Who will do shoddy, shitty, malicious shit.
But you can keep them at bay with regulation. I think.
So this is where I'd say you can have some regulation. Yeah.
Educated regulation.
Oh, I can show you good Joe Rogan clips.
And make sure that someone doesn't do something stupid with a power line or someone do something stupid.
But for the most part, he is.
They're just
he's pretty dumb.
Like, that's important because most people buying a house don't know what the fuck they're looking for. Most people getting a house built, they have no idea about construction.
It might have been
someone to inspect things and make sure that it's up to code.
I think post office. 'Cause I don't think he's had him on like multiple times. I just want the actual clip. We can go majority report. I just wanted to see the clip. Oh, it's Michael Brooks.
Where the real trouble begins.
R.I.P.
Do they do the post office well? No.
Yes.
What do they do well?
They do the post office pretty good, actually.
But guess what? If the post office closed tomorrow, it would be all right. You'd still get mail. Get Amazon.
No. Amazon, FedEx, like FedEx, UPS. Even again, the Amazon trucks, they use the postal service for what they call the last mile, because like there are so many places that it is not commercially viable for them to deliver to, so they have a contract with the postal service to be able to take the fucking shit. Yeah, the last mile also being the most expensive one.
No, it wouldn't.
That's one of the things that the post office has been surviving on is the money from the contracts. From delivering shit to the places that FedEx and UPS won't go.
To send things through UPS, it would cost a lot more.
It wouldn't, though. Competition would start kicking in, and between UPS and FedEx and Amazon and drones and blah, 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 and DA.
I'm sorry. Could you imagine if I, as a socialist, was just like, and then like the profit motives are official, and then you'd like make it public, and then
it's making me sad to see Michael Brooks.
Blah, blah, blah. He literally just said. And Rogan was right, of course, but of course didn't even address like, oh, there'd be massive swaths of the country where there wouldn't be any delivery because it doesn't make any.
That fucking. I had fallen asleep on the couch watching the Majority Report, and like I was foggy waking up, and like I saw like the last few minutes of the show where they learn on air, and it was because like. Me being a broadcaster, I knew something was up. And I'm like half asleep watching it and caught like the whole thing of them getting informed of Michael. And like they didn't say it, you know. It wasn't until like it was released on Twitter a few hours later. But I saw Sam and I don't know who was on with him. I don't know if Matt was on camera and shit, but like I'm waking up seeing them learning about it. Or he might have had Nomiki or somebody on. Shoo, that's because like I didn't like Michael for the longest time. And I don't know when it was when it clicked with me, and I'm like, my God, he's fucking hilarious. His dry wit and the way he interacts with Sam. Fucking, I became a real big fan of him. Probably by halfway through 2018. I don't even like. She was a big advocate for the people of Puerto Rico, and I appreciated that. I don't know what happened with her and her whole campaign and everything. I lost track of her after she stopped appearing on the Majority Report. I love Bender. I would like to go on with Bender sometime. Like that in my 5-year plan. Getting to be on with Bender would be on one of his shows. On Doomed. I mean, I could just call in. He takes like fucking Skype calls and shit. They absolutely had a great chemistry. And it was Michael's dry wit. And I don't, it took a little bit to click with me. And I think that's the way I am. I take a little bit to click on people. And they're like, now I get it. So I can appreciate that. But once it clicked, I was a huge Michael fan. I was watching the show. I would like to go on a Bender. Clip that one, Warlord. I could just call. I need to Skype in with Bender sometime. I never. Ooh, I could get Bender talking about wrestling. Yes, we both love fucking wrestling. I've got a wrestling podcast idea. Maybe once I get settled in, I've got more time. I can actually see some of the other ideas that I've had for content come to life. But we gotta get the Friday Night Freak Show back up and running. I don't know when the next we launched on a Friday the 13th. If I have the opportunity and a Friday the 13th is coming up soon. That's when we'll relaunch the Friday Night Freak Show. I feel like I should make new graphics for it, but I can't think of what I would want to do to update it. I don't I've had different ideas for the Troll Patrol and shit, but I haven't had any other, because I really like what I did to begin with, and I've made little subtle changes to it along the way, but I really like what I came up with. Yeah, I would like to Skype into a show. So they played a clip from the live show and he did that character. I'm sorry, I've ran everybody off rambling.
Come on, man.
You find out what that news be doing. East Hanover's elected leaders, I got the burps, dropped a bombshell on Tuesday, announcing that longtime Mayor Joseph Panullo and the entire Township Council had switched their party affiliation from Democrat to Republican. Morris County Republican Committee Chairwoman Laura Ali said in a statement that Panullo, Council President Frank DiMaio, and fellow members Brian Brokaw, Carolyn Gendoli, and Michael Morotelli had all joined the GOP after months of good conversations. I'm fucking his name up, and I'm sorry. Panullo, who represented the town of 11,000 people since 2007, didn't respond to a message-seeking comment. He didn't cite a specific factor motivating the switch in the Republican committee statement. But he added, municipal leaders have a responsibility to best represent their constituents, and it is our belief this change of party is the best interest of the community, as the nastiness, rhetoric, and social media vitriol of national politics continues to infiltrate local governance. Yeah, New Jersey politics are weird. They've been a Democratic stronghold, but a very corrupt Democratic stronghold, so it kind of makes sense. We collectively determined that this was the best course of action to keep the focus on local issues impacting our community. In recent years, the ranks of elected municipal Democrats have increased in traditionally Republican-leaning Morris County, although the GOP still holds a 20,000-person advantage in voter registration. Still, Democratic candidates have had success in Morris Township, Mindham Township, and Boonton, among the other towns. Boonton. Am I saying that right? Do we have anybody familiar with New Jersey in here? Boonton? New Jersey corrupt is the OG corrupt. That's a... I mean... strong contender. But in terms of sheer corruption, you can't hold a candle to Louisiana in their politics. Holy shit. Even where I'm from, and like... So I grew up in Eastern Kentucky, which was solidly red by the time I'm an adult. It's in the George W. Bush. Chicago, ooh, it's a dirty politics. It's a newer city though. New Jersey's been around a lot longer, a lot more entrenched. Still, Democratic candidates have had success. Republicans dropped a lawsuit challenging last November's election results, allowing Democrats to take a second seat on the governing committee of the former Republican stronghold. Of course, I'm disappointed. Morris County's Democratic chairwoman, Amelia Duart, said in an emailed statement, but the real story is that Morris County is rapidly trending more Democratic, as we saw in the last election cycle. We won new municipal seats, flipped Morris Township to entirely Democratic, and all of our incumbents were re-elected, including in East Hanover. But Donald Trump won big in East Hanover in 2020, capturing 66% of the vote. So I'm saying, in the city where I'm from, it was a Democratic stronghold, but it was Democrat name only, and they all supported George W. Bush. I mean, if you want to get into it about, you know, culture war bullshit, the values of the Republican Party, we can certainly do it. We can talk about how dumb Republicans are. Here is quite possibly one of the dumbest senators. Not Ron Johnson, Tommy Tuberville.
I am proud to be pro-life for many reasons, including my faith. Another thing that I will not set aside for political correctness. However, even without considering religion, a society that allows abortion up to and past the moment of birth, after the baby...
Past the moment of birth, and this motherfucker didn't just misspeak, because he said after the baby before I paused it.
That allows abortion up to and past the moment of birth, after the baby has been born, isn't progressive, it's barbaric, and it's murder. I am proud to be pro-life for many reasons, including my faith.
Do you think we're
Another
stupid?
thing that I will not set aside for political correctness. However, even without considering religion, a society that allows abortion up to and past the moment of birth, after the baby has been born, isn't progressive, it's barbaric, and it's murder.
I have told many a right-winger, if they see somebody killing babies, to report it. But that ain't abortion. Sir, if you had an open eye hole, I'd certainly piss in it. When I lived in Alabama, we helped get Doug Jones elected. And that was about the best fucking Democrat you could ask for from Alabama. He won a special election that was the whole Roy Moore thing. Roy Moore was a pedophile. But then Tommy Tuberville, the former coach at Auburn, ran for that Senate seat and defeated Doug Jones. Doug Jones was a prosecutor who had the balls to prosecute church bombers in Birmingham when nobody else would. So I've always had an admiration for Doug Jones, and about as good a Democrat as you could possibly ask for from the state of Alabama. And that is why I was an advocate for Doug Jones to be the Attorney General after he was defeated by Tommy Tuberville. Well, his child bride that he married, quivering, is far into legal age now. So fair enough. Roy Moore is a pedophile. Somebody send that to him. He'll sue me, and then it'll make headlines, and I'll get a lot of attention. Here is a senator I also can't stand, but she ain't stupid. She's senile. She's senile. Dianne Feinstein will not be seeking re-election.
Right now in California politics, Senator Dianne Feinstein announced that she will not run for re-election in 2024. In a statement posted on Twitter, she said, quote, I am announcing today I will not run for re-election in 2024, but intend to accomplish as much for California as I can through the end of next year when my term ends. Even with a divided Congress, we can still pass bills that improve lives.
She didn't say that. Somebody wrote for her.
Feinstein won her Senate seat back in 1992.
Dianne Feinstein did not write that. Someone wrote it for her. Allow me to show you a Dianne Feinstein quote. God damn it. Here's what Dianne Feinstein actually had to say.
I'm sure that together we can make this Millennium Party the best New Year's bash ever.
Poop pants.
What?
Poop pants.
Poo pants?
Poop pants.
You pooped your pants?
Poop my pants.
Oh.
That's what Dianne Feinstein actually had to say.
She will be 91 on election.
That's really ageist of me. I'm sorry. Cancel Justin.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
I'm sorry. I'm letting all of you down. I'm a horrible person.
Day, and if she had run for re-election, she would have been 97 when her 6-year term ended. Several high-profile politicians jumped into the race prior to...
She wouldn't have been 97. She would have been dead. There's no way she could have run for office again. She's gonna die.
Feinstein's official announcement today. Representative Adam Schiff, a Democrat from Burbank...
They're not necessarily going to be out of the House. I mean, like... I don't know. You might not be able to run for both at the same time. They may just be, yeah. Some people can keep their seat and shit. I don't know. I would have to look that up. It was like a governor who was already elected to a term, but they wouldn't, because to run for Senate, they would have to take. They wouldn't be elected to a term already. They'd be running for Congress again. I don't know if you could run for 2 offices at the same time. But like if you're a governor and you run for president and you don't get elected, like you're still the governor of the state, right? So, or if you're a senator and you run for president, you're still a senator. But like they would have to, yeah, I would think to run for Senate, you would forego running for your House seat. There wouldn't be a vacancy. They're just running at the same time that they would be running for the House. So I guess it would be possible that, because we're just talking about a primary as well, right? So the person that doesn't win the primary, say Adam Schiff is the nominee, Katie Porter can still run her election in the general. So that would, but one of them would have to leave the House. Would there be a primary though? Like, this is interesting how this would play out. It's California. Katie Porter also, like, there was some question of whether she would win re-election in this past cycle. Yeah, I had to think about it there for a little bit. on how exactly that would play out.
In Southern California, and Representative Katie Porter, a Democrat from Orange County, have both announced their plans to run. This morning, Schiff joined us for our 9 a.m. hour to talk about the current status of the economy and what he would like to see done.
Well, how they're leaving Barbara Lee out? They're leaving Barbara Lee, who was also announced for that seat. I mean, like, if it between Porter and Lee, like, I'm like, that's kind of a toss-up to me. I really like Katie Porter. But, like, Barbara Lee has been a champion for a hell of a long time.
I've introduced legislation to suspend the federal gas tax and pay for it with a windfall profits tax on the oil companies. While we are paying so much at the pump, the oil companies are making record profits, sometimes 2 or 3 times more than they made just a few years ago. So we're getting gouged, and the government's not powerless to do something about it. If we can bring down energy costs, that would help a great deal in curbing these inflation numbers. But we need to do more to help people get by. I'd love to see us once again restore the child tax credit that was helping so many families afford things like child care and other necessities.
Representative Schiff is currently traveling the state to promote his bid for the U.S. Senate. In the meantime, Schiff's opponent, Representative Katie Porter, announced that she would seek the seat a few weeks before Schiff did. Following Feinstein's announcement, she posted a statement saying, in part, quote, Senator Dianne Feinstein has had a remarkable career serving the people of California.
It's a very good point, Potato.
For women in politics, that
Katie Porter will probably turn out a younger vote, whereas Schiff will have, like, the older shit libs.
Proud to follow. Experts say they expect more candidates to jump into the race.
There's already another one and you left them off, you fucks. I feel bad for Barbara Lee. Hold on. Let's get us a Barbara Lee announcement video or something over here. I feel like to balance out. I was wanting like her PR campaign or some shit, but like we'll take a local news hit. It's possible, but if Katie Porter can juice the turnout, she can overcome that. We've seen it. That's all it comes down to. And I knew it going into 2020. I was like, we have to overwhelm the vote for Bernie Sanders. That's the only way we can win. We have to overwhelm them to where it is undeniable. Because it was close and they were able to fucking pull some fucking party trickery. But this is the ABC News. Joe Brown, isn't it? We've watched Joe Brown before talking about Barbara Lee and her candidacy.
Feinstein has not yet announced whether she will retire or
stay. Yes, now.
In the meantime, the candidates aren't wasting any time. Representative Katie Porter speaking with local leaders about environmental issues affecting Southeast LA today. Eyewitness News reporter Christian Cordero has more.
Today, Representative Katie Porter traded Huntington Beach for Huntington Park as she moves along in a Senate run still almost 2 years away. And with longtime incumbent Senator Dianne Feinstein yet to decide whether
Barbara Lee. I picked a Barbara Lee story, and
Porter was the first to launch her.
Love Katie Porter, but like I picked a Barbara Lee story. Why is everybody throwing shade at Barbara Lee?
Her Senate campaign in a poll that will now see.
Is this entrenched racism that we're seeing? The black woman gets the cold shoulder? I mean, fucking shit. She's a fucking congressman too, or congresswoman as well. What the fuck? What the fuck? Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Ikyo. Jesus.
Soon be 3.
LA and San Francisco are wonderful, and California.
I do have better journalistic ethics than every fucking broadcast network, every fucking TV station.
Run for Senate recently endorsed by Speaker Nancy Pelosi. He will
do a show with a fucking troll head
tomorrow in Burbank.
I feel frankly very indebted to the people of Burbank who helped give me my start in politics. I'm a proud resident of Burbank.
That's why I fucking love her, Mox.
But we're going from Burbank to San Diego to Sacramento to San Francisco to Fresno.
At some point, he may find himself in Congresswoman Barbara Lee's district in the East Bay. She plans to formally announce her Senate run at the end of the month. Both Representatives Schiff and
Oh, is she not announced yet?
African Americans achieve.
I've been all upset. Maybe she hasn't announced yet. She just plans to announce. I heard the pre-announce announcement. It was like I woke up this morning. It was like Nikki Haley announces run for presidency. I'm like, I just did this. I just did this story. What the fuck? Anyway, let's see Barbara Lee being a badass. How about that? This is post 9/11. This is going to be Barbara Lee getting it fucking right.
From California, Miss Lee. Gentlewoman from California is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, and I want to thank our ranking member and my friend.
Fucking 2001. This looks like it was filmed in the goddamn 70s.
For yielding. Mr. Speaker, members, I rise today really with a very heavy heart. One that is filled with sorrow for the families and the loved ones who were killed and injured this week. Only the most foolish and the most callous would not understand the grief that has really gripped our people and millions across the world. This unspeakable act on the United States has really forced me, however, to rely on my moral compass, my conscience, and my God for direction. September 11th.
I know, Mox.
Our deepest fears now haunt us. Yet I am convinced that military action will not prevent further acts of international terrorism against the United States.
And 3 days after 9/11.
And complicated matter.
This is a bad bitch.
This resolution will pass, although we all know that the president can wage a war even without it.
I think I'm within my rights to say that, right? I mean it with all reverence.
Some of us must urge the use of restraint.
But it's kind of racist of me to refer to her as a bad bitch. Did I do I use that kind of language because she's a black woman? This is would I have said that if it was also a bad bitch white woman?
Country is in a state of mourning. Some of us must
cancel Justin.
Back for a moment. Let's just pause just for a minute and think through the implications of our actions today so that this does not spiral out of control. Now, I have agonized over this vote, but I came to grips with it.
Warlord's going to clip that, I'm sure.
I came to grips with opposing this resolution.
It had racism. It had misogyny.
Painful, yet very beautiful memorial service. As a member of the clergy so eloquently said.
I just wanted to point out it was this kind of shit that won me over with Barbara Lee.
The evil that we deplore. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
And being in that hyper-nationalistic time, right after 9/11, really felt like I was alone out there. There weren't a lot of people that had my kind of views on things. There are not a lot of people that have Marjorie Taylor Greene's views on things. Oh, God damn it. Why'd I do this? Hold on one second. Marjorie Taylor Greene brought a room to stunned silence over her 9/11 remarks. Over her 9/11 remarks. It's a good transition from Barbara Lee there, which I hadn't planned on playing. I just wanted to show you how much of a badass she is. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Leaves the coast and then, they shot it down. The excuses that were given on this were pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. They told us it was too risky. It was too risky to shoot down the Chinese spy balloon. Do you know what a bunch of bullshit that is? Yeah. They said it's 3 school buses. 3 school buses wide. Okay, well, do you guys remember on 9/11 when an airplane crashed in Pennsylvania? A jetliner. Remember that? It didn't kill anybody on the ground. Killed everyone on board.
It landed in a field. It was in a field, and they're lucky. They're lucky. And that heroic act. Like, it's amazing they were able to do that. Like, it land, not fucking kill anybody on the ground, and not be in a residential area or some shit. How fucking lucky. I don't know that there was some thought put to that on board. I would assume that there wasn't, because, you know, they were kind of trying to take the plane back over from hijackers. They sacrificed themselves as to not harm anybody else. How dare she?
Remember that? It didn't kill anybody on the ground. Killed everyone on board. But it
was in a field.
On the ground. So they want to tell all of us that it was too risky to take down that Chinese spy balloon over rural Idaho or Montana or any of these other states or Alaska. They're liars. You can only see it 2 ways.
Is that true, Mox, or are you making a joke?
Or they're cowards. Or our president is sold out to China. You know what? I'll go with all 3. That's where I'm at.
Come on, man.
That's awful fascist looking with that giant ass fucking flag. There's another flag over here. She's been going out and doing a lot of speaking in places that aren't her district. She is definitely angling to be a vice presidential candidate. Yes, for Donald Trump, but I assume that if she was asked, she would also be a vice presidential candidate for Ron DeSantis. I don't think DeSantis would pick her. I would say if a DeSantis wins the primary, I would say like a Nikki Haley is his vice president. If it's Trump, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it's a possibility that Marjorie Taylor Greene is announced as his vice presidential pick long before Trump ever even enters the primary. Pence Mommy 2024. Where like her trainer was hitting her hard. Oh shit. I didn't mean to hit that. Sorry. You ignore Seth Rollins, who had on those gigantic red boots. What is the thing with the red boots? Conure was doing the red boots when we raided her last night. Right, him. Sorry. Everybody's favorite femboy. What's the deal with the red shoes? Asked by reporters about her announcement to resign, Senator Feinstein says, "If I haven't made that decision, I haven't released anything." A staffer then told the senator that a statement had been released. Feinstein responded, "I didn't know they put it out." So I was right when she was saying, "I pooped my pants." Oh my God. We literally get to hear her say, "I pooped my pants"? Jesus.
Re-election.
Well, I haven't made that decision. I haven't released anything. It will be my plan. You put out the statement?
Put out your statement.
I didn't know they put it out.
Okay.
So it is what it is. I think the time has come. I have a whole other year. I have things that are underway.
Yes, you rich ass motherfucker, go enjoy your life.
I have things that are underway. I expect to achieve them. I hope.
Yeah.
And so we'll see.
Senator, when did you make your decision? I know you said it was going to take you some time.
Senator, we need to cut to the track.
Yeah. Well, my husband has died, and that affected the decision.
Nope.
But I think
Can you make it this week?
It's not until the end of next year.
You should have retired a long time ago and spent more time with your husband, you old hag. God, that's mean of me. I'm sorry. Mention Nikki Haley. I think Nikki Haley is probably angling to be Ron DeSantis's vice presidential candidate. Some people don't run. They run for president, but they're not running for president, right? They're running to raise their profile. Some of them think they could be a good pick for vice president. How do I have a giant clump of hair in my hand? The fucking shit. Weird things are happening tonight. So Nikki Haley was actually the one to tweet this out. Is this what you talk about, going overboard with Valentine's graphics? Like, mine are subtle. Theirs aren't exactly subtle. But then again, they're like, that's what they're there for. Once again, my background, I really liked. I like the hearts with the purple. Cause I had multiple pictures I was thinking about using. I had this one. Yep, that one don't look as good. It's not the right size, but like it didn't look anywhere near as good anyway. That looks good. That looks awesome. We said, hell no, I'm not wearing pink. But Joy's got the bright fucking red on.
Yeah,
Joy's got the Rihanna red going on.
the Republican plan, I hate to ruin it for you, but the Republican playing field for the 2024 presidential race just got a little bigger. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley released a campaign ad making her pitch to the people. Take a look.
My parents are...
Do I need to start putting a content warning on The View? That's fair. That's fair. We're doing it facetiously, but also like not.
Take a look.
My parents reminded me and my siblings every day how blessed we were to live in America.
I gotta say, the first of all, notice how the her name, her motion graphics are like it's attached to the background as she's moving. That's a really nice effect. It takes some skill to pull that off. I love the way they animate it on. I like the here I am giving props to the person who did the editing on this video. Sorry.
Some look at our past as evidence that America's founding principles are bad. They say the promise of freedom is just made up. Some think our ideas are not just wrong, but racist and evil. Nothing could be further from the truth. Joe Biden's record is a...
See, Mox, once again, I don't watch Majority Report. Like, I'll eat dinner and watch Majority Report after I do the show, because, like, I don't want their opinion seeping in. Because I do love the fucking show. I don't want their story selections seeping in on me. I don't want to see a video on Majority Report and be like, oh, well, I need to give my opinion on that, too. The whole video is well done. I give her because, like, I love because you have to motion track this in After Effects, and you have to like create a null object and attach it to the railroad tracks, and then you do the text on it. I can show you guys how it's done.
My siblings every day how blessed we were to live in America. Some look at our past as
So, like, the text isn't moving.
They say the promise of freedom is just made up. Some think our ideas are not just
It's
wrong,
really the best way to use that is like if you're in a car, like if you got a shot from a car or something, and you've got something like on a billboard, or you want to put like a name on the side of a hill or something, attach it to the hill, so that the shot moves around the text. That's a really cool effect. I love that. I'm not paying any bit of attention to Nikki Haley. I'm like dissecting how to make her fucking video.
nothing could be further from the truth. Joe Biden's record is abysmal, but
That was a weird cut. I would not have done that. But that could be two different ads they put together.
over and over again. It's time for a new generation of leadership. You should know this about me.
Yeah, I think these are multiple ads.
With bullies. And when you kick back, it hurts them more if you're wearing
Oh, I'm sure you've put up with bullies. You're in the Republican Party.
So, Nikki, you know, since you have been asleep all this time and you just woke up, you're just finding out that there are things about
Sleepy Nikki
that are not perfect. And for us to pretend that it is and that nothing happened is ridiculous. So you're not saying...
Voodoo, good evening. Please don't tell me we have to do another mass shooting and manhunt. This is the anniversary of Parkland. Hopefully some people are just out whooping and hollering on a Valentine's Day. Like, that would be a better explanation, right, than a mass shooting USA. I don't really sit in Cal. Those were weird cuts together, but like I think The View did that.
And you of all people should know better, because you used to actually have some sanity and knew right from wrong. Yeah, and then you lost your mind and went in some new direction.
She's always been a Republican, hasn't she?
Well, she's...
I mean, Republicans being crazy isn't a fucking new phenomenon. I was like, it's not something that just happened in the last 10 years with Trump, Whoopi. Newt Gingrich was fucking crazy. Rush Limbaugh made those fucks act crazy. And it got to the point where Rush even thought, like, damn, I got these fucks acting crazy.
As a conservative, it's getting harder and harder to not look like a kook.
By the way, fuck Bill Richardson. Bill Richardson's probably a pedophile. People say I don't fucking criticize Democrats. Fuck Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's probably a pedophile. More than 3 years after Jeffrey Epstein's death, it is said that further allegations surrounding him and his associates are to be released publicly in the coming months. A February 2023 report by the UK newspaper Daily Mail, always a reliable source, has claimed that a batch of soon-to-be unsealed court documents expected to include information pertaining to at least one public figure will be published soon. However, according to one social media post, that moment has come even sooner than expected. We're expecting that on Thursday, since the tweet alleges that the papers are already online. A tweet by user at Donna Presume 1. Are we going to know about other public figures that we didn't know about before? Posted on February 14th. The Epstein court docs are out. It's 2,024 pages. Here's a partial list of the pedos that were on that island. An image beneath the tweet included a list of public figures. A follow-up tweet has a link to a 2,024-page document. The most recent report by the Daily Mail mentioning soon-to-be-released papers included a filed court declaration from February 7th. Documents shared on Twitter are not an early release of these unsealed papers. The papers currently online were released in 2019. They are unsealed from a lawsuit brought by Virginia Giuffre against Epstein's fixer, Ghislaine Maxwell. It was filed in the Southern District of New York Federal Court in 2015. As reported by the Mail, while the soon-to-be-released documents are from the same suit, they are not yet publicly available. The first release of papers archived by Insider included a transcript of a 2013 FBI interview with Giuffre. In it, she described how she was given hundreds of dollars in cash, luxury vacations, and shopping sprees by Epstein, beginning when she was 15 years old. It also includes the names of celebrities and high-profile figures, including Prince Andrew and former U.S. President Bill Clinton. Crucially, the papers currently online are not the same as those talked about in the press at the moment. The fallout following Maxwell's conviction in the 2019 death of Epstein has threatened the reputation of a number of high-profile figures. Prince Andrew, who was allegedly pictured with Giuffre when she was 17, is among the names most prominently mentioned in the coverage. In a 2023 interview with Talk TV, Maxwell said that the photo was a fake, adding there had never been an original and that she had only ever seen a photocopy of it. I don't know that I believe that. Giuffre, who previously said she gave the original to the FBI in 2011, sued Prince Andrew in 2021 at a court in New York. The royal settled for an undisclosed sum in March of 2022 while consistently denying the allegations. So the documents that you may have seen online about Epstein, they are from 2019. They are not new documents. But he was just being a dipshit, and you probably shouldn't believe someone with the screen name Donna Prism 1. Donna Prism 1. Let's talk about Roger Stone. Roger Stone recently explained Donald Trump's ties to Jeffrey Epstein as the former president faces new attacks from supporters of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. It would be hilarious to me if Roger Stone, who is a open sexual deviant, absolutely lives in sexual anarchy, talks about swinging and shit with his wife.
You live in sexual anarchy?
One of the dirtiest motherfuckers in politics actually wasn't a pedophile. And he's not named in the Jeffrey Epstein shit. I like my sex consensual. I don't think Roger Stone has ethics, though. Trump exacerbated tensions with DeSantis this week after he shared a Truth Social post that accused the governor of grooming underage girls he was responsible for teaching at a Georgia high school in the latest tirade against the Florida governor, who is widely seen as Trump's top competitor in the 2024 GOP presidential primary, despite not yet announcing a campaign. There's also, Glenn Youngkin might come for it. Mike DeWine might come for it. Chris Sununu, the Republican field may end up being crowded. That's possible. Maybe Roger Stone was too sleazy for the pedophiles. Trump is falsely accusing DeSantis of pedophilia. It is only fair to point out the fact that he traveled on Epstein's Lolita Express 7 times. It is also fair to point out that Trump lied about the number of times he traveled on that plane. Ian Miles Chong wrote in a viral tweet on Tuesday that has been viewed more than 300,000 times. He is not a reputable source, but let him go at it. Stone, a longtime Trump ally, weighed in on these connections during a recent appearance on Lindell TV. Do we not have a link? I want to actually see Roger Stone talk about it. Give me a second here. If not, I will find it. Surely if it was on Lindell TV, I will be able to find this shit.
I was on crack.
Right. Well,
We know, Mike. We know. Go to the Twitter. Okay, so here's the problem: is Roger Stone is on Lindell TV a lot. However, I have found it. Ron Flipowski does a really good job.
Incidents of him being at Epstein's home in Palm Beach, where he told the traveling security guard upon pulling up to the house, "Wow, what a nice guy Jeffrey Epstein is, letting all the kids in the neighborhood swim in his pool." Reportedly, Trump left the Epstein residence after only 15 minutes because he was uncomfortable with the mix of younger women and the limited number of men.
Come on, man. I don't believe that for a second.
Any other assertion regarding Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein is a smear. But now I see these smears being recycled all over the internet. And I hate to say this, but they are courtesy of supporters of Governor Ron DeSantis.
This is from the Stone Zone with Roger Stone on Lindell TV.
I was on crack.
Right. Well,
The Stone Zone. I love to see him fight. This is amazing to me. I'm really into it. All right, we're coming up on a commercial break here for you Twitch people that aren't subscribed. We try to play them all at once, get them out of the way. Nobody misses any content. I got vamp for like 2 minutes until we can get to them. But I'm going to have to hit them here in a second. When we come back, we're going to talk about a lying cop in Knoxville who got his job back. I'm going to tell you about a standoff that occurred in Baltimore. Wild video of a woman attacking her own attorney. We're going to talk about some football. The real football this time. I'll let you guys figure out which one I'm talking about. Don Jr. isn't on cocaine. You know, this one is probably short. We've been doing Mike Lindell and Roger Stone. We were talking about Donald Trump. Why not go ahead and get this one in? Don Jr. is on coke. Trump's son says people mistake his impassioned speech for a drug habit.
But half of this country still believes Donald Trump's a Russian asset, and we have to.
They're still running with it, like, as though it's fact. Like, and yet, when you have,
I mean, what do you mean by Russian asset? Like, do I believe Putin has his hand up his ass? No. Do I believe that Trump is fucking dumb and can be manipulated by Russia? Yes.
you have, you know, you talked about me, like, I get it. I've been blessed beyond a belief in this country. Now, I got thrown into politics in my late 30s, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, I just actually believe this stuff. I will more than happily fight for it. You know, there's a consequence to that. I always say it'd have been a lot easier to shut the hell up and be a real estate developer from New York and not get into that. But, like, you know, I actually do believe in this stuff. I want to leave my kids a country, you know, that they can recognize. And so it's so important to be in that fight. But I look at what they called me, you know, a traitor. Adam Schiff wanted to try me for treason, you know, a crime punishable by death. But Hunter Biden can take $1 billion from China, work for Ukraine oligarchs, you know, work for Russian oligarchs, money launderer, be paid in diamonds off the books, not declare anything in time.
I hadn't heard that one.
Guns in dumpsters across from high schools. And it's like, he's an upstanding human being. Then I give an impassioned speech, and they're like, oh, Don Jr.'s on coke.
You know, and I borrow your name, and I don't.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Big Chungus 420, my friend. Justin is in a little bit precarious position on his housing. If everything goes smoothly, we're probably not going to miss an episode. You'll see me in New Digs on Sunday. If things don't go smoothly, it might be a couple of weeks. Like, I might have to, you know, might be like a March 1st move-in kind of deal. So I may have to go on a brief hiatus We're playing it by ear. You may see me tomorrow, you may not. You can't tell me that the screenshot I just hit you with isn't a man that's on coke. Don Jr. just said he doesn't do cocaine. Thank you, Big Chungus. I greatly appreciate it. Things should be... I've got multiple options where, like, I can move in Friday. We get things set up. We'll be back broadcasting the Troll Patrol on Sunday, and it won't be any big deal. There's also there's always the possibility that I get set up and, you know, I don't have access to a landline. I've got to run a fucking line through the ceiling somewhere or something. I don't know. Possibilities. When I set up shop here, I was down for like a week because we didn't have internet rant in here. But hopefully everything goes smoothly. I still can't give you guys ads yet. I got bullshit a little more. But what do you guys think? Wait a minute. Kanye gave... What? Sitting Cow. Are you telling me that Kanye West gave Hunter Biden a diamond? Is that what you're saying? Because that would be weird. I'm confused as to what's going on. I think that's a man on coke, though. And also, Kash Patel is a piece of shit. Oh, there was a shooting. Damn voodoo. Fucking, if there's a local news report, give it to... We did it last night. There was a whole manhunt we watched last night. Till like 2 o'clock in the morning. Chinese name, run the Chinese... Oh, goddamn. It's still another minute before I can hit the ads for some reason. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with the ads. I delayed them during the first break so I could keep going with whatever story we were doing. It's put the ad time behind. I like playing them all at once because then nobody gets a pre-roll. Because that's one of the things that I think turns people off is they go to a new Twitch channel and they got to watch like 30 seconds of ads when they first come in. You get it, like if you pop in on me and you're not close to the fucking ad, you don't get any of the pre-roll. Me. I don't think I said hey to you earlier. I try to give everybody a shout out. I like acknowledging people. And while I can, like, you know, if we get bigger, it's going to be hard to give everybody a shout out. I can't wait to watch this video of a woman attacking her own attorney. I try to give everybody the wildest videos the internet has to offer as we find out what that news be doing. And I think we have a winner here tonight. Woman attacks her own attorney. She apparently dismembered somebody. We got like a Dexter thing going, like, I hack him up a little bit. We also covered the match. If we get to midnight, do you guys want me to change back to like the normal Troll Patrol look? we go back to rainbows and the blue background. Keep the hearts going. I like the heart background. I'm proud of myself. I think it looks cool. Can I hit the... I'd still 30 seconds before I can hit the ad. And I think it's fucking with me. I'm out of shit to talk about. That's not a usual thing. It's not something that happens often in my life. Justin is at a loss for words. He can't fill time. That's what producer Dave, like, he'll fucking just leave me and I'll yak, yak, yak the entire time he's gone. Fucking... I can fill time. One of the times I was doing the Friday Night Freak show, we get to like, my intro is coming on and no one is in the studio because it was a panel show. They all came in during the intro, but like I was ready to do the show by myself. 4 hours it was back then. As if I can't sit behind a fucking microphone and talk for 4 hours. I've done it for 6, 8, 11, 12. We've done election coverage. We've done January 6th. All right, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not subbed, you're going to get a 3-minute ad break. Go take you a tinkle, grab you something to drink. If you're subbed, I'm gonna stick here with you. We come back, we be finding out what that news be doing again. I don't know. I might have to go grab a water or something. I might be at a doctor enough. Yeah, I guess I should do that. You guys get a short break. Short break. Probably should get some new merch going. Fucking producer Dave and Chainsaw have been on to me to switch merchandise providers. Just did that last year, and it's a bit of a hassle. I haven't done it yet, but like both, they're with, you know, smaller outfits, and I want to. Hell yeah, pay bump Ida. Woo woo! I need a Final Fantasy Victory fanfare. I need a drop that's... I don't know what I'll do with it. That's that used to be like my text message. So I'm gonna have to make a drop that's the Final Fantasy Victory fanfare. Have I ever told you guys that, like, I'm not as excited for it now as what I was back in the day, but like, I've played all the Final Fantasies. Like, I would have called myself a Final Fantasy fanatic. Fucking Titus laugh. You enjoy Final Fantasy VIII? I liked it better. I've played Final Fantasy 1. I have beat Final Fantasy 1. I beat Final Fantasy 2. I've halfway through Final Fantasy 3 because like I never had access to it before. I've beat Final Fantasy 4. Final Fantasy 5 I got to the like fucking ass end of and couldn't fucking beat it. I was stuck. I need to go back and play because that's something I've thought about doing. Final Fantasy 6 is my favorite, and that's why I pulled up its Victory fanfare. 7 was the first one I ever played, and then I got like the re-releases of 1 and 2 and shit for the PlayStation. I played the remake twice. I played the remake when it first came out, and enjoyed it. I think it's a little bloated. I think, like, I like that they fleshed out Midgar, but like a lot of the shit that's not from the original game seems pointless. Doesn't really add to the story. I played it again when they re-released. I'm going with the actual Japanese numbering. Because that just makes it easier. Where was I at? The remake. I played the remake again for the PS5 after I got the PS5 and they came out with the Yuffie expansion. So I played it with, like, the frame rate was unlocked and shit. I didn't think I wanted them to redo 7. I really wanted them to. I wanted them to. If you ever played World of Final Fantasy, I wanted them to just do 7 like World of Final Fantasy. Do the game exactly the way it was for people that have never played it. Or Pocket Final Fantasy 15. If you guys are like, this is kind of the cutesy characters and shit. Just fucking do that. Fucking, I love Kefka. Kefka's like one of my favorite characters of all time. I also really love Kuja from 9. Like, you're like, I'm nerding out now. I'm nerding out. 8 was not my favorite, but just because, like, 7 came out, and then I bought all the older ones because they re-released them in like packs. Like, you got I can't remember what they were. One was Anthology and one was Origins or some shit. And I played those, and that's what, like, I was really fucking stoked for 8, and I was just kind of let down. I've got a lot of gripes with the story. I've got a lot of gripes with the junction system. So, like, I thought Edea was a really awesome bad guy, and I was really into it. And then, like, all of a sudden, she's your like adopted mom or some shit. Spoiler alert. And just like the game just takes a turn, and like you get to the end, and it's not somebody that, like. So you chase Sephiroth, and you have this, you develop, a relationship with him. And you want to see this through. You chase Kuja through 9. Fucking Kefka. You know who the fucking villain is. But you fucking. Some witch that's just floating in time somewhere. Yay. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. The card game, that's probably the best iteration of the card game, yes. Always hate it when it would give me random, though. Because you didn't have any way to store your good cards where you fucking get those taken from you and shit. I would always try to, like, stop it from, like, if that rule got instituted in a region, I'd be like, nope, gotta go back out. 9 is one of my favorites. Like, I would go 6, 9, 12. Those are my favorites. I have played 14, but not beaten it. And I'm fucking levels 50 or 60. Like, I've played it, but I've not gotten through the story. Like, not even the first part of it. I've had like 2 30-day subscriptions because, like, if I let myself really get into that, like, I'll be sitting here like making wood. Making fucking ore and shit. Like, it's kind of a waste of my time. I should be making money in my real world. I spend too much time in a game world doing shit. I want to play a story and get out. I shouldn't, like, get that immersed into it. I have a copy of 11 just to complete my collection, but I've never played it. That's like the only one I haven't played. 12 is so fucking good. And people hate on Vaughn. But like Vaughn was supposed to be like a fucking almost a blank canvas that you can paint your own shit onto. He's kind of a prototype of Hope from 13. I'm not as hard on 13 as other people, but 13 has still got its flaws. And then 15, ugh. I don't even know where to begin with that game. Ugh. And like when I say fanatic, I've played Crisis Core. I've played Dirge of Cerberus. I've played the fucking series. I couldn't get into tactics. 15 is a chore to me. I've played it twice. I have not played Crystal Chronicles. And that's wild, because like my girlfriend actually, two people. That's I never had a Nintendo. Because it originally came out on DS. I need to, and I've never played the Mystic Quest. Mystic Quest greater than 15. It's supposed to be super easy. So here's one of the things. If I get big enough to where I can sustain myself from streaming and I just start streaming a lot more, I might stream the entire Final Fantasy series. We'll do them all, and I'll even pick up on the ones I haven't played. Like Mystic Quest. We'll just do them all, daddy. And I'll do all the fucking numbered ones. I'll even play 11. You guys can watch me fucking play 11. So I think the servers are still going. I think it's still playable. Some people even prefer 11 to 14. Yeah, I geeked out. I'm so sorry. Why has nobody said what that news be doing? I talk about Final Fantasy all day, and I'll talk about Metal Gear Solid. Those are the two. I'm a Kojima fucking fanboy. So fucking Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy, those are my two favorite game series. I guess, I don't know, like I'm not as stoked for Final Fantasies anymore, right? But was I in line at the GameStop? That was one of the last games I bought physically. I am good at Final Fantasy VII snowboarding. Don't make me boot it up right now. Don't make me fucking boot it up right now. We'll halt this stream. We'll start snowboarding. I should. Last time I played, because I've been doing this, but it's on the PlayStation. Like if I played them again, I'd probably play them on Steam. I went through, so I have like a save on Final Fantasy VII before every major event. Played 8 not that long ago, so I have a save before every major event in 8. So if I want to, I can just go back and play whatever, fucking big moment from the game I want. That is how big of a nerd I am. I would play Crystal Chronicles if I went back and did them again. I have... What's the fighting game? Dissidia? I have it, but I literally haven't picked it up. Just fucked around with it for a round or two, and it's not like Mortal Kombat. I was like, oh, I can't just pick this up and fucking kick ass. It's something different. Made me geek out on Final Fantasy. Is that the first time I've ever told you guys that I'm a Final Fantasy fanatic? But that is, to bring it back full circle, that's going to be my shofar for the show. I like 10. Oh god, it's especially 10 hit I did not even mention 10. 10 hit well for me because I'm 19, 20 when 10 is out. Maybe even younger. Maybe I was 18. So I'm really going hard on going atheist and shit. And 10's story is real. Also, is my camera fucking up? It's starting to do some weird things. 10 is really hard on mythologies and religion and shit. Fucking that the story was really good. I've replayed 10. I'm pretty sure I have saves before every major event in 10. 12, they did the re-release of it. That's the last time I played it. It came out in like 2016, 2017. They did like a fucking PS4 version of the international version or whatever. That's the last time I played 12. I fucking love that game. And 12 was out when I was like height of my pill problem. So I was like getting fucking stoned as goddamn fuck, taking bong rips and doing pain pills and shit. The story didn't draw me into 10-2, and I've never finished it. I'm maybe 5 or 6, 7 hours into it. To me, I like the combat better than 10, than original 10. I like the dress spear thing. But I never finished the story. So fucking if you want, we're gonna do like all the Final Fantasies through. I'll do 1 through, and I'm trying to, and I may have to upgrade the computer a little bit to be able to pull this off. To be able to record a version of the stream of the video game that doesn't have my voice on it, doesn't have my picture. So I'll have to have a separate thing up from OBS. Like I'll have to have like Premiere recording. Because I think I could make money on YouTube if I just put up full gameplays. With and without my commentary. Some people want my commentary, some people don't want to hear my fucking loud mouth. So if I'm gonna fucking do it, I'm gonna do it in a way that makes me the most. And also, without my commentary, it's more likely to be monetized. I've ran people away. Chainsaw, I don't know if I told you good evening. It's my foul mouth that gets me unmonetized. And probably this too. Fuck, fuckity fuck, fuck. Goddamn motherfuckers. I really gotta change that to like 5 minutes. Great minds, great minds. If I can get it to light again, I'll take another hit. I was lucky it was still rolling because I couldn't get the lighter working. Alright, enough of that. I don't know what I'm going to show on the screen when I do the... And which one will I use? Oh, back when you know, your cell phone song and your cell phone tone, like that was a status symbol, right? So I'd switch my victory fanfare up. That's what my text messages sound like. But I'd switch up which game it came from. Sometimes it'd be 10. Sometimes it'd be fucking... God damn it. Sometimes it'd be 12. I think 13 was out at that time, but I never used 13. I stood in line at GameStop for 13. I did not get 14 when it first came out, when it bombed. I never played the one that sucked. But I was in the beta test for the relaunch, A Realm Reborn. And I played it before it was like mass released. And my girlfriend, when I was in college at the time, had broke up with me. So here I am playing Final Fantasy 14, getting high, and I'm all sad and stuff. I was all sad. I didn't take that breakup well. But then you talk to people like 5 years later, and it's like, why did I ever even see in you? Love is a weird thing. Love is a weird thing, Justin says here on Valentine's Day. Find out what that news be doing, because we still got so much more to go through. I want to see that video of a woman beating up her attorney. But thank you for letting me geeked out about Final Fantasy. I can't believe it hadn't happened before now. Even though he was accused of lying, a Knoxville PD lieutenant got his job back, I thought.
July of 2022, but that has now changed. His firing was the result of fallout from an investigation by Internal Affairs that found Earlywine lied about a report of a hostile workplace environment. Earlywine then appealed the firing, and today we are learning that a civil service hearing overturned Chief Paul Noel's decision to fire Earlywine. The investigation into Earlywine's behavior dated back to 2020, before Chief Noel was working at the Knoxville Police Department. Now, in a statement following today's ruling, Noel defending his decision to terminate Earlywine, Chief Noel saying in part, quote, "The internal investigation was also conducted and completed before my tenure as chief, and I had to make a decision based solely on the findings of that investigation. I stand by my decision and the reasoning that guided my decision," end quote.
I'm trying to think of something to say that has no profanity. Having a hard time there. I guess I'll just leave it alone. I got nothing to say. Oh, this is a story I missed. I try not to miss stories. Thank you, Voodoo. That's perfect. That's what's in my heart right now. Bacon. I missed this one a few days ago. In Cockeysville, outside of Baltimore, police shooting suspect is in custody after an 8-hour standoff, according to the Harford County Sheriff's Office. So you can see a video of the suspect in handcuffs being put into an ambulance. The 2-day-long manhunt for the Baltimore County resident who eluded arrest and shot and injured 2 police officers in Cockeysville ended early Friday morning when authorities took him into custody miles away from Falston, according to the Harford County Sheriff's Office. Officers arrested 24-year-old David Emery Linthicum at 5:43 a.m. as peacefully as possible in a stand of woods near the Falston Mall shopping center after an 8-hour standoff. Authorities say they chased Linthicum from near his home I said Cockeysville. And the dude's name is Linthicum. He was in Cockeysville. And is it just me? Is it just me? Is my mind in the gut? Are your minds in the gutters?
You live in sexual anarchy?
Or does everything just sound sexual? Linthicum. Authorities say they chased Linthicum. You do and you'll clean it up. I just popped a couple of people with that one. Authority. I said Cockeysville. Oh my god. When I was a kid, I got a role in On Golden Pond. If you've ever seen the movies, like got Gregory Peck. Is it Gregory Peck? His elder years. It's a really good movie. But I play like his grandson. Well, not his grandson. On Golden Pond. Sounds like a promo for me peeing in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. I want to put a golden pond in your eye hole, sir. I'm surprised they ain't remade this. Oh, it was Henry Fonda. Henry Fonda, Katharine Hepburn, Jane Fonda, Doug McKeon. That's an all-star cast. 7.6 rating on IMDb. It was a play. And, like, there's a lot of, like, the kid does a lot of swearing. And my mom accused me of just rereading lines in the script over and over again just so I could swear more. Sorry.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
My mom's spending my entire life trying to dissuade me from being No! I said Cockeysville. My mom trying to dissuade me from being a foul-mouthed mofo. Authorities say they chased... We read this part. Authorities say they chased Linthicum from near his home in Cockeysville after he shot a Baltimore County police detective on Thursday evening and stole the detective's pickup truck. I think I'm rooting for the kid. The detective is in critical condition at the University of Maryland Shock Trauma Center, where he's on life support, said Dr. Thomas Scalea at a news conference just after midnight on Friday. Officers stopped the truck using spike strips, and Linthicum went into the woods where police hemmed him in, according to the sheriff's office. That was their words. Gaylor said Linthicum resisted being arrested to a minor degree but was not injured in the process.
Around 7 p.m., our deputies were assisting, men and women from the sheriff's office were assisting Baltimore County Police with a search and ongoing search for the suspect in the shooting, the first shooting from Wednesday in the Cockeysville area.
Cockeysville.
Shooting. While that operation was underway at a residence down there, the incident happened with the second police officer being shot, and immediately following that, there was a vehicle pursuit with the suspect up here in
a weird cut to a.
It ended in the area of the Falston Mall.
This is the crime scene.
Individual that we believe to be the suspect pinned in a perimeter in an area, and we are undergoing every effort to bring this incident to a peaceful resolution at this time. We have the individual contained. It will be resolved here. There is no threat to the community.
So this is the standoff press conference. We have more after he was taken into custody here. This happened like this is the picture of the suspect. Updated photograph of David Emery Linthicum. Last seen so this was while they were on the search for him. Press conference where he's taken into custody.
Arrived on the scene. A family member escorted them to the subject who was in crisis. During that exchange, the subject discharged a firearm. One of our officers was injured as a result of that. He was taken to a local hospital. He is currently being evaluated and is listed in stable condition. We are asking residents who live in this area who might be returning home from work at this hour to please find an alternate location because roads are blocked off. If they are sheltering in place,
It's easy to make it through the 10 minutes if you just shut your fucking mouth.
that they continue to remain sheltering in place.
Find out what that news be doing.
We've established a number.
This was still ongoing. I thought I was bringing you the announcement of his arrest. Do the cops really need all that to bring a little 24-year-old punk in? The sheriff's office rescue vehicle. Look at all that gear. Look at this militarized police. Sheriff's office. A sheriff's office. Once again, I want to relegate the sheriff's office to only taking care of delivering court summons, keeping peace in courtrooms. They shouldn't have, like, what do you even, up armored vehicle? What do you call that? They shouldn't have anything like that. For some reason it's not letting me see any more of the pictures. Country we live in. Country makes it hard to fuck. I guess I should hit the... We get right into it. This happens quickly here. Take you to a courtroom where a woman who is being tried for apparently dismembering a body attacks her own lawyer.
Stop it. Stop it. Rachel, call.
We got a live one over here. Yes, public defenders do not get paid enough for that shit. Thank you, Simp. That is a very good point to make. Public defenders are overworked and underpaid. She tried to like... do some UFC moves to him, like maneuver him over.
Rachel, call.
She's in shackles while she's doing it. A Green Bay woman charged in a murder and dismemberment case attacked her attorney in Brown County Court on Tuesday. Taylor Shabusiness. Taylor Shabusiness. Did I say that right? No, that's the thing. That's the thing, Chainsaw. That's why I do a show with a fucking troll head. Because tell me that this shit, like, you couldn't write this shit. Taylor Shabusiness lunged at attorney Quinn Jolly, who wasn't so jolly afterwards, and was pinned to the ground by a deputy. Shabusiness struggled with a deputy who attempted to subdue her. Is there any other pronunciation that I could Shabusiness, that... I can't even... Why am I always hung up on people's names? Mine's Shabusiness. I don't think there's any other way to pronounce it. I don't... The call was heard over the scanner. They need a code 3 in branch 2. Wrestling with Shabusiness. Wrestling with Shabusiness. Jolly asked the judge to withdraw from the case. He will have to file with the court. After the attack, Shabusiness was heard asking deputies what happened. You went off on your attorney, Taylor. You went crazy on your attorney. Shabusiness, 25, was in court for a competency hearing. She's charged with... This could be her trying to get a fucking insanity plea or something. She's charged with the February 2022 killing and dismemberment of Shad Thyrion. Wrestling with Shabusiness. Jolly started off the hearing by asking the court for 2 more weeks so the defense expert could testify on Shabusiness's competency. The judge agreed to push back the trial to May. That appeared to have set Shabusiness off. I guess she was like, I want... If you're sitting in jail for a long period of time, you like look forward to your court hearings because jail sucks. Just sitting in a cell for hours on end, you don't, like, you might be able to read some, but you're not going to have a good selection of books. It really sucks. There's not anything to do. If you're lucky, you might have a TV that's in a community room that's got 3 channels, possibly. You might have an incomplete chess set. I sound like I'm talking from experience, don't I? You might have some Uno cards, possibly. Most jails aren't smoking anymore. Most people that are in jail, high percentage of them like to smoke, and smoking is another way to pass the time. It's a buzz you can get while you're in jail. So I could understand Shabusiness wanting to get to trial sooner, be declared insane if she could, possibly. I don't know what's going through her head. The competency hearing has been adjourned to March 6th. That's when Shabusiness was originally scheduled to stand trial. Shabusiness has pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect to charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. Was the sexual assault on the corpse or on... See, like, Amazon wasn't even a thing last time I was in, where like it was just starting last time I was in jail, so... The time I really had to, like... Yeah, keep reading indeed. This whole thing. During a hearing earlier this month, attorney Quinn Jolly... Oh. I don't even know where I'm at anymore. During a hearing earlier this month, attorney Quinn Jolly requested the trial be pushed back so we could prepare for the voluminous amount of evidence to be presented by the state. The judge refused the request. Prosecution is expected to call up to 37 witnesses. Last February, Green Bay police were called to a home on Stony Brook Lane. The caller reported finding her son's severed head in a bucket. Police learned that Taylor Shabusiness may have been the last person to be seen with the victim, Shad Thyrion. They found Shabusiness at a home on Eastman Avenue. She had dry blood on her clothing. Police searched Shabusiness's van and the rear passenger seat and found a crock pot box with additional human body parts, including legs. Police obtained a search warrant for the home on Stony Brook, which belonged to the victim's mother. In addition to the human head, they found a male organ in the bucket. They found body fluid and knives. In a storage tote, they found an upper torso. Police interviewed Shabusiness and asked her what happened, and she replied, "That is a good question." Shabusiness said she and the victim were together all day on Tuesday and had been smoking meth. After they arrived at the Stony Brook home, they were having sex and incorporated chains. Business said she blacked out during part of it, but just went crazy and started strangling the victim. The business told investigators she did not mean to kill the victim, but she enjoyed choking him and continued to do it. Prosecutors said the sexual assault charge is for acts that happened after the victim died. I don't know if you guys, it's called, like, it has a name in the community. It's called Party and Play. Get together, you do some hard drugs. Fucking sex is really fucking good. I sound like I'm speaking from experience. Do I need to read this whole fucking thing again? Police obtained a search warrant for the home which belonged to the victim's mother. In addition to the human head, they found a male organ in the bucket. They found body fluid. We don't even know what this is. Is this blood? Is this cum? Read again, Bandana Daddy. Oh God, I love you guys. In a storage tote, they found an upper torso. Police interviewed Shabusiness and asked her what happened. She replied, "That is a good question." Shabusiness said she and the victim were together all day Tuesday and had been smoking meth. After they arrived at the Stony Brook home, they were having sex and incorporated chains. Shabusiness said she blacked out during part of it, but just went crazy and started strangling the victim. Shabusiness told investigators she did not mean to kill the victim, but she enjoyed choking him and continued to do it. Prosecutors said the sexual assault charge is for acts that happened after the victim died. That got crazier with each sentence. And for those of you who might have just came in on that, it started with this video of her attacking her own attorney.
Stop it. Rachel, call. Stop it. Stop it. Rachel, call.
I'd forgotten all about like how mundane that started out because we got really whacked out there. I wasn't high enough for that shit. I have so many questions. What? Oh, I'm absolutely going to do it, simp. These are the kind of stories that really go viral for me on YouTube. Like the shit that kind of flies under the radar that other people aren't talking about. But I don't know, fucking TYT may have done this kind of shit. Like, I've got more. There's more on the list. I'm like, are we done for the night? Can I even go on? We have done some of the most insane stories on the planet in the almost 3 years since I've been doing this stream. The reason it's called the Troll Patrol is because I planned on live trolling people. Like, it was going to be a Facebook live show and I was going to troll people. But I kept getting banned from Facebook, so I just started reading the news. That's how we started finding out what that news be doing. And then I just got more and more involved in finding stories and finding wild stories, and it became more formatted and shit. And like now I think I do a good job of bringing you some of the wildest stories out there. And we've dude got fucking shot in the head with a crossbow, and we had video of that. That was just like last night, but this was I'm stunned. It's ineffable. I don't have words to describe what I'm going through and I did the news for years before I did this stream. I have covered wild stories since I was like fucking 20. I wasn't even old enough to drink when I started doing the news on radio. One of the wildest stories I'd covered in that part of my life was like the grandmother who ran a fucking drug empire in East Kentucky. And they had like guard towers and shit leading up to her fucking trailer where they were fucking dealing pills, and I don't know if they were making meth yet. Like meth was just starting to catch on. That one, this takes the cake. This had everything. It was a whole compound though, simp. It was probably a really nice double wide. But like the U.S. attorneys or whatever that prosecuted her described her as like one of the most dangerous people in East Kentucky. This is like an 86-year-old woman or some shit. There are people in East Kentucky that have like, you know, pieces of trailers and like they're nice. You can put them on a foundation and shit and actually have like a house. You could have had a triple wide. It might have, as I understood it, it was a whole compound. And the whole family lived up to like fucking, and they were wild. They probably moonshiners from way back as well. That was the family business, was just running drugs and moonshine and shit. This is the craziest fucking story I've ever covered. I interviewed a dude in a drug roundup. And like that was really fucking fun. And he was like, I'm ready to go to jail. Don't make me sit here all day. Wildest thing ever covered. We started with a courtroom fight, and then the whole story of how she even got to the courtroom in the first place. Her name was Taylor Shabusiness. I like this, like it ain't even. This story ain't gonna fucking get me off. This ain't gonna get my dick hard over here. Belgian soccer goalie Arnie Espil dead at 25 after saving a penalty kick. Apparently died on the pitch. Is that what they call it? Warlord, you're probably in bed. You can't correct me on this one. Arnie, I tried playing soccer, and I don't fucking know. I don't make any sense to me. I don't get it. A Belgian soccer goalkeeper has tragically passed away after he collapsed following a saved penalty kick during a game over the weekend. Is there some kind of fucking big deal going on with soccer right now? Because Lady B was talking about it. The terrible incident happened during Winkle Sport B's game against... These aren't real teams. West Rozigbeki at Sport Park Cheshuren in West Flanders Province on February 11th. What did I just read? Okay, maybe never mind. Now maybe we're on to something over here. My dick is gonna get hard doing this story. What in the fuck did I just read? The terrible incident happened during Winkle Sport B's game against Westrozibecki's at South Park Terrestrium in West Flanders Province on February 11th. That sentence makes no sense to me. Can I get somebody reading this? Can we get a video of this? BBC. I have no idea. I want video. Some BBC video. Somebody read this for me. God damn it. Well, that's not it. Seven News, hit me with it. Sassy will read it. You want to call in and read it? I'll let you. Oh my God, it's not going to give me the video. Winkle Sport B. What in the fuck is Winkle Sport B?
Hello viewers, before watching goalkeeper Arne S. Peel penalty video, I have a small request to all of you friends that you should not only 25-year-old young man but also pray for him to God so that his soul may rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more informative videos.
Okay, that's a hard hit. You might not have been able to see it because I fucking did the amen thing. I'm sorry.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more informative videos.
I mean, that's nasty looking. The way he hit the ground.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more informative videos.
The Damar Hamlin was sick. That was hard to watch as well, but damn, the way he lands. I wanted to why is there no news story about this? I needed somebody besides me to read it. That's not it. I don't know. I give up. I'm done. I'm tapping out. Not really. We've still got some news to be doing. But not really news either. When we come back from the other side of the break, I'm going to tell you how there are these newscasters and they ain't real. Spotify denies that Joe Rogan will be leaving at the end of his contract, but apparently there's some debate. Roseanne asks why Jimmy Kimmel wasn't canceled. We're going to laugh at Tim Pool and his beanie. Plus, I'm going to tell you that you can still see the Green Comet. You got your chance to see the Green Comet if you've got a clear sky tonight. Plus, I got video of a golden eagle. We're doing birds tonight. Everybody get your birds out. I would assume the anti-vaxxers know about it, but goddamn, look how hard it was for me to find video of it happening or somebody describing what happened. No video here either. It could be my ad blocker as well. Winkle, what was it? Winkle Sport B. Okay, Okay, let's go to the Yahoo Sports here. It's a second provincial division of West Brabant in Belgium. He reportedly collapsed after he saved a penalty shot against Westrozikbeki. See, once again, I'm fucked. 15 minutes into the second half of the game, emergency services were unable to resuscitate Espil, and he was pronounced dead soon after he was taken to the hospital. The game was stopped. An autopsy was scheduled for Monday, but no new details have been released. According to Belgian news, more than 1,000 people, including Espil's family, showed up to walk in silence in honor of Espil in Saint-Eloise Winkel. Saint-Eloise Winkel, where the team plays in a village in West Flanders. Saint-Eloise Winkel. Winkel Sport B. Taylor Shabusiness. I kind of want to, like, can I find video of somebody covering Taylor Shabusiness? I want to see what the local news did. The raw video. I want the old I want to know after she was arrested how they described it. Custom duration. Range. Yes. There is a 9-minute video by Law and Crime. We're watching it. What else are we going to glean from this story? Let's get to know Taylor Shabusiness, guys.
Nobody else is ready?
Oh, this might just be a court hearing.
Another one? You heard about that? Yeah.
Oh, nuts.
Right. I don't know if we can just reschedule it.
Okay, I'm going to call State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Shabusiness. Case number is 22.
Taylor Shabusiness.
The defendant is here with Mr. Jolly. Mr. Saunders is appearing for the state. Case is scheduled today for a preliminary hearing. Are the parties prepared to proceed?
The state is.
Okay.
The state is.
All right. State calls first witness.
The state calls Detective David Groff.
Gonna be honest with you. Kinda cute. Check her mugshot out here. And like I'm kind of attracted to you know,
Good evening. Breaking news involving a death investigation that we first told you about nearly 1 week ago.
This 24-year-old woman, Taylor Business, faces multiple charges, including homicide and mutilating a corpse. It stems from what police have been calling the suspicious death investigation of a 25-year-old Green Bay man. We first told you about it as investigators worked that crime scene on Stony Brook Lane last Wednesday.
Sarah Thompson was there live.
It's a cute house.
And is now joining us live outside the courthouse with new details that we have learned today. Sarah.
Cammie and Bill, there are a lot of ways people are probably describing this case since details were posted to our website early this afternoon.
Dismembers, crazy sitting cow.
Of that list. Now, the details of what police and prosecutors say Taylor Business did to the man they say she killed can only be described as incredibly graphic. Last Wednesday morning, hours before the sun came up, police were called to the Stony Brook Lane home by the woman who lives there, telling them she had discovered her son's severed head in a bucket at the bottom of the basement stairs. The woman told police she'd heard a door slam between 2 and 3 a.m., waking her. She told police she went to check out a light left on downstairs and made the gruesome discovery. In addition to a lot of blood, police reported finding body parts and bags and storage containers in the basement. Business even telling police, quote, they were going to have fun trying to find all the organs as she dismembered the body. Business told police she used knives she'd found in the kitchen. Prosecutors say the medical examiner determined the victim died by strangulation. Business telling police it happened during a sexual encounter and that she did not mean to kill the victim, but told investigators she just went crazy. Police say Business was smoking meth with the victim before the murder. In court, prosecutors detailed a lengthy criminal record for her, telling a court commissioner Business had a warrant out for her arrest, was on probation, and was supposed to be wearing an electronic monitoring bracelet at the time of the murder, but appeared to have removed it somehow. Police say Business was the last person to see the victim alive, sending them looking for her first thing Wednesday morning, finding her on the east side of the city with blood on her clothing and hands. Adding, when they searched her van, they found a box with additional human body parts inside. Business,
including his dick,
charged with sexual assault for what prosecutors say were acts that happened after the victim had died.
Easel Cat, good evening.
Being held on a $2 million cash bond and is due.
If you're just joining us, we did this story, or I read all the gruesome details, and I'm like, I gotta see how the local news covered this shit. They didn't mention that she cut off his dick. You sure did. You sure did. We already read all the details. Like, they left some shit out, but we learned a couple of things that we didn't know before. She's not a bad-looking woman. I think I can fix her. I don't like it rough. I don't like it rough, though. I'm having lighter issues. Yeah, honestly, I wasn't high enough for that. Who should come into the courtroom here for the hearing?
We can just reschedule it.
Okay, I'm going to call Steve.
For the record, how you're currently employed?
I'm the detective with the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I have 29 years of law enforcement experience, 25 with the Green Bay Police Department, 15 years as a detective.
Okay. And in the course of
Hazemaker,
detective with the Green Bay Police Department, do you have prior experience investigating crimes of homicide?
Yes.
And have you previously had cause to assist in such investigations in the past?
Correct.
I'd like to.
You missed out on a wild one, Hazemaker.
Were you involved in an investigation of a homicide around that time?
Yes.
And
She dismembered the entire, but she had body parts everywhere. They found a head in a bucket. They found a head in a bucket. But she was smoking meth with the dude, and she blacked out while she was choking him or some shit. Just went crazy, and somehow she severed his dick.
I was notified to respond to in the middle of the night to investigate.
Where else would you keep a head?
When the initial reports were that the mother of the victim had returned, or actually had gone down into the basement of her residence and discovered the head of her son.
The head.
And so then she called the police. Initial officers responded, secured the scene, and then detectives were called in.
And the residence that was reported to have occurred at?
Yeah, how do you ooh, stumbling on your kid's head. She was charged with sexual assault for things she did after he was dead. And her name is Taylor Shabusiness. And we watched her attack her attorney in the court. That it got wilder and wilder as it went on. The further I read down into the story, I was wondering about the not desecrating a corpse charge. Did she fuck it? I didn't want to go there. Did she fuck it?